welcome to today's presentation of our first look at Wordplay, the new game by Mark Brown of the popular YouTube channel Game Maker's Toolkit, which is substantially influential in our usual circles around platformer games like Super Mario Maker. Also, one of the really interesting channels to watch when it comes to map design and things like the Metroid and Zelda series. And there is here yet another overlap with our interests because this is his latest project. The full version of which, as I said, was just released today. We did look at the demo when it was published to Steam a couple of weeks ago, but the full version is something quite considerably bigger. Now, we see a couple things here that are new to the full version already. We have a couple of accessibility settings. We also have a stat tracker for your progress through the entire experience. There's a bit of confirmation here, incidentally, that the lexicon that we're dealing with here is WordNik, which is the English word list that was also used by some other indie developers that we've encountered in the past, like the ones behind Babel Royale, which we featured heavily a couple of years ago when it was in its prime. That was one of my main caveats with this game, incidentally, when I played the demo originally, is that in the long run, I think it would be much better to play it with the standard Scrabble lexica, one of them, but probably the more inclusive one, calling Scrabble words. And the nice thing is that with the full version, you can actually now mod that in. We have tested it, we have tried it out, it works. We're actually not using it today for a reason I'll get into in just a moment, but why don't we just get in there and play before we talk too much. So, Easy Mode was the only thing available in the demo. Everything else is locked behind Easy Mode. And so we'll just do a quick casual run through it first. And we're not going to be particularly exact about it. In the demo version, we completed an Easy Mode in, I think, 18 moves or something, but it doesn't particularly matter, apart from being something that you can push yourself to do when you have good RNG to ghost you along. So we're just going to do a quick run through here. We'll talk about some of the basics in the game. We'll encounter some new material, no doubt, with the full range of perks, which are 6 or 7 times greater than the selection that was available in the demo. And then we'll get to something a little more challenging. Spell words to score points, minimum 4 tiles, and, well, there's keyboard entry as well if you want to punch things in that way. Okay, so a couple of things we want to talk about first. So, as you can see in the bottom left corner, you just see plays, but you are, in the current 1.0 version of the game, able to mod in a custom dictionary, and it will say in the corner custom dictionary just to make it visually clear that something has been modified. And like I said, we have tried this out with a full-size Scrabble word list, calling Scrabble Words 2024, and it works. In fact, playing without it means that we may occasionally encounter some issues with words that we think should be valid, but are not in fact valid. We did in fact see a former world Scrabble champion, play this game in a quick run earlier today, and he was running into trouble already with a couple of fairly common words like pantyhoses, which, yeah, you would think that we wouldn't have too many problems here, but because in our initial run through a demo we didn't encounter too many issues, but you are going to have some inclusions that seem to be missing in the full list. Now, the scheme that Mark Brown has decided upon is that he's actually going to manually supplement the WordNik dictionary when people play words that are not accepted, and go into the menu and report an issue, I think, is actually replaced with petition for a word to be included if you punch something in that is not actually accepted. And so the scheme is to just kind of start with WordNik dictionary and sort of manually adjust accordingly. Now, from the examples that we've heard of words that have been added so far, like waifu or emoji or whatever, a lot of those are already in colon Scrabble words. So in the long run, we're just going to play with the full dictionary. Now, the other notable difference that we should pay attention to is the tile bag here. This matches what we saw in the demo version. The primary difference between this, if you see 80 plus 16, that's a 96 tile pool. The primary difference between this and Scrabble is that apart from lacking the 2 blanks, which wouldn't make sense here, it is missing 1 I and missing 1 Y. Sure. Interesting choices. Usually what you'll see for a lot of word games is that they just kind of want to legally cover themselves by having some kind of infinitesimal distance from the Scrabble tile pool. Sometimes it's a point adjustment, sometimes it's a frequency adjustment. In this case, whether that was the reason or not, is a frequency adjustment. It's got 8 I's in the pool rather than 9. It's got 1 Y in the pool rather than 2. The Y I thought was... well, I guess something had to be expendable, but is an interesting choice. The I's, I think it's not going to be too noticeable because I find that in Scrabble people sometimes find that they're stuck with too many I's regardless, with the original distribution that dated back to the 1930s. So the reason that we're playing with the default settings today is that it enables the Steam achievements. And so we want to do that at least to grab achievements for some of the hardest difficulties and hardest modes. And then in the long run, we'll probably switch to a custom tile bag that matches Scrabble, as well as a custom dictionary that matches Scrabble in the long run, certainly for my own purposes, because that was the number one thing I was kind of concerned about going into the full release. Anyway, we've been talking about this for long enough. Let's actually play, and let's just blitz through easy mode so we can get to the good stuff. And yeah, welcome to Scriptivist. Welcome back, I should say, as I know you were here enjoying the demo session a couple of weeks ago. And let's see what we're going to take a look at here. I'm not going to really optimize this too much. I just want to get to the better modes and also see some of the things that we're going to encounter that we had not seen before, namely a lot of the perks. So let's see. And yeah, doesn't particularly matter. We'll just punch in the first stuff we see and try to get through it quickly. I think there might be some kind of speed mode as well, looking at the Steam achievement list, Steam achievement list, like it's Minecraft. Anyway, let's take a look. So yeah, like I said, the number of perks in the final release, according to the YouTube video that was released in conjunction with the Steam release of the game today, was I think like 160 something. It was originally targeting 100. The demo included I think about 20 to 30, but the final number apparently is closer to about 160 perks. So we'll see a lot of variety today that we have not seen before. All of those, I think, were new to me, apart from maybe the ING. And when we don't care about the perks, we'll just take whatever has the greatest rarity, because that gives you a good sell price, and sometimes sell price matters for other perks, as we found. What is the longest word I've used in wordplay? We did have some that filled out the 10 slots before, but oh yes, that's one important difference to note with the full version that was not in the demo. That now, when you punch in a word that is longer than 10, I'm just going to type in some junk here so you can see what it looks like. It actually secretly extends to a second row with additional bonuses. And so it's actually possible to input words longer than 10 now if you want to do so. Because I think that was one of the most popular requests coming out of the demo. Anyway, we're looking at something like the able ending, or the TION ending, like ablation or something, you know. Ablution would be better, get rid of that U. We can probably do something better. We weren't quite at something like absolution, but tabulation maybe? Oh, we could just hit tabulation there, oh well. And I see like incarnate and reincarnate, why not? So let's show off the new overflow, reincarnate, there we go. Descriptive is, I don't know if able-bodied by itself is a single word, but you can check in our bot. Increases by 2 of the words contain NG, and the letter pair changes when successful. Oh, I see. So when you see some common morphemes, it'll be kind of a temporary challenge. Emerald tile, that's new. 1 in 4 chance of scoring 5 times. I feel like that's going to be more useful for longer marathon runs, but it'd be useful if we put on something scoring, and you can use it twice. And adding letters to the letter bag probably isn't going to accumulate that well at the moment. Let's do the emerald tile. Let's see how we can actually get it to activate, and we'll figure out what a good tile to use it with would be. Obviously, we want something high scoring, you know, if you put it on to Zs and such. But the problem is that those wouldn't come back very often, right? Like once they get back in a bag, then... Oh, I wonder if they keep the emerald effect once they go back in the bag. I'm not exactly sure, but, you know, we can take a look and see. It might just be a one-time upgrade for a random roll. Anyway, let's take a look at what we have here. I see like opposites, but if we have something even better, like an IOUS ending or something, let's see. Opposite is better than that. Vaporous, no R. Obesity, no. Well, let's just go opposite. And you know what? Let's test this out. No, I think we should save this for something that's a high scoring tile. We should save it. And if it hits, it hits. Because if it's a 1 in 5 chance anyway, then who knows? Okay. Oh, just short of something in viola with an E might be good. Let's just check it. I don't like keeping all those U's, but again, we just want to blast through easy and see what happens. Dot tiles, that's new. Dot tiles multiply the word score by 2 if it's the last tile. And it's a Y. Y is actually a good match for that. And you know what? It makes up for the fact that the default bag only has the one Y. Diamond tiles get +5 when not submitted. They reset when submitted or refreshed. So does it get +5 every turn? No, that wouldn't be right. They reset when submitted or refreshed. Oh, I see. Yeah, because you have an S that is a diamond that goes in the bag and then comes back later. We want big multipliers. Let's do this. Y is a good match for that one. Okay, so I'm going to see if this is in a dictionary, because if it is, then it'll score. If it isn't, then I can show you what the request interface looks like. It is good, okay. So that didn't actually hit the bonus or anything. Anyway, here is the Y already, and when you mouse over, it tells you what the effect is. We can probably have something like, you know, beatify, or even beautify. Beautify is even better. And then it'll double the whole score, and we'll show you how it looks. Okay, 3 in 4 chance for the perk screen to have 4 perks to pick from. 1 in 4 chance to only have 2. That's okay, I think. But if you think about it, over the long run... Well, I mean, it depends on whether you think the choices are going to help, because this isn't going to help with any of the score on the board. Gain 2 plays when you skip the perk screen. We're not starved on plays. We're not starved on refreshes either, but there are some effects, I think, that scale with the number of refreshes and plays that you have in the bag. So, first tile is a vowel, multiply score by 5. I guess that means the vowel would only be 5 points. That's not that great either, actually. You know what? We want to see more perks just to see what this game is capable of in its current state. So let's just see this just so we can see more content. Top 4 tiles are locked for submissions. We don't care. Interesting, yeah, because of course it means that you can't reorder them because that would defeat the whole purpose of locking them. And then we can have like vacated. I'm just looking at this thinking maybe we want to do something a little bit different just so we're not stuffed with ease. No, that's okay. We'll just, once again, we'll just blow through easy and get to the good stuff. And also we can verify that the achievements now work again now that I took off my mods. So we see things like renewing, lowering, relowering. I wonder if relowering will go. Nope. So I'll show you now what the interface is like. So yeah, it's kind of Scrabble rules basically. But again, he just grabbed the word Nick dictionary and then added things to it. I don't think relowering was good in Scrabble anyways. It's not like it was anything other than a blind guess to begin with. In fact, there's a good way to check in our own bots, and it's not found. Yeah, didn't think so. But re-allowing is better anyway. Re-allowing is not, well, maybe that's not re-allowed. Yeah, well, that's more of a guess again anyway. Well, I mean, we can just go lowering. Unless we see something particularly better. That's okay. Yeah, again, we're not being too picky about adding it up at this point. We'll just go round by round. Anyway, so finally, yeah, we see what it's like when you draw 4 perks, so we can get a sense of what we have. 5 E tiles with 5 extra points. I feel like that's going to stuff us with vowels a little bit much. Transform a tile into a random special tile. Oh, also, here's another thing that I also thought was necessary when we played the demo version, is that you can look at what your current setup is like when you are picking the perks. Now, what does this do? What does this do? Oh, it just looks at the tile distributions that you already have, so you can see what's been added. As you can see, the Y dot tiles that we had added earlier are returned to the bag in the same state. Same with the Emerald Z. So the Emerald Z, that's why we can kind of roll for that 1 in 4 chance every time it comes back. Yeah, so you can see what you have. That's important, actually. That's a significant improvement on what it was like formerly. Anyway, tiles in the refresh zone will be refreshed. So it probably creates a zone where that happens. Transform a tile into a golden tile, where its score is multiplied by the number of golden tiles you submit, and then you can kind of start with one. You know, we're going to transform a tile into a random special tile. Why not? And we're going to put it on the queue. Just have some fun. Get +5 when not submitted. It reset when submitted or refreshed. So right now it's still at the standard 10. It's got the 0 in corners. So let's see how the mechanic works. I guess we'll just sit on the queue until something happens. Let's see what other effects there are. Let's just put an X on it. X on the end is not great. I would have preferred it to be something like a second tile in our sequence. Anyway, we have quite a lot that we could have done with the queue, but I actually want to save it in case. Oh, too bad we don't have a C for exchequer or something. Well, C and H. But we're going to save it to see how it accumulates. I'm going to try to save it even 2 turns, I think, to see how it accumulates. And then I guess we should do something with the X. Okay. Let's go just retax. And then the Q has that 5 on it. Let's see if that 5 goes up any further as you keep it. It actually kind of makes the Q not great, because the Q is something you usually just want to spend in games like these, I think. And yeah, we'll try to keep the Q one more turn just to see how this works. That means let's just go enjoy her. Even though we could have kept the Y for something with the Q, that's okay. Yeah, so you see it does accumulate that 10 over there, so you just keep the Q and then... But because it's kind of a raw addition to the Q, there's no particular reason why you want to use it on a Q, because, you know, it's not a multiplier. You want to use it on something that you... Yeah, it doesn't matter what point value of tile you put the diamond effect on, actually. It doesn't matter at all. Also, I guess if you dump a tile with an effect onto the effect, maybe it'll convert it. I don't know if that lets you. But anyway, we will keep the Q again another turn too. You know what? Let's just dump it. And yeah, because I guess every time it comes back, it also has an effect, which actually makes it good on the Q, because sometimes if you're stuck with a Q with no U and with no good plays, you actually want it to accumulate. So anyway, in that case, let's do equated, or let me think about this for a moment in case we have something significantly better. Yeah, you know what, let's just take it. Because if you look at your bag afterwards, you can see how that goes. Okay, so we've got the 4 again, and yeah, if the word has at least 3 different vowels, we can do that. We can do that often. Get a random common upgrade. If you start with CO, I don't think it's going to happen often enough. But, you know, upgrades are nice, so who knows. Swap a tile with an E and increase by 2. And add 1 bonus point. Increases by 5 when you submit a word. Oh, so I guess it accumulates for each word that you submit in a round. In easy, it's not going to matter enough, I think. Anyway, let's just take a look at this. I already see, you know, stuff like sonoras. That gives you the 3 unique vowels. We can probably do something that doesn't burn so few consonants. I don't know, we'll see. Because I've been looking at some things like formates, formants. Formates would be better. It leaves you with something pretty consonant heavy. Yeah, because we actually want to boost the base score of this. So for example, you know, this has too many 1-pointers. If you Forsaken, then, you know, you have the 3 vowels in there, and you also actually have some points. And it's nice to have the Y when you have something like the LY ending or ILY ending. And we'll see, maybe we can actually... Oh, yes, there's also an achievement for playing the word wordplay, I think. There's an achievement that's, you know, play the title of the game. So we actually want to keep the letters in wordplay. We right now need the D and the P. And so we're going to spend the other stuff until we get it. Because why not? Yeah, Christian Azelot, welcome. Chromality, that may be interesting. But yeah, I want to try to go for the wordplay achievement, so I don't want to use that just yet. So we might do something else first, just to, you know, dump and just pass it around. There's also, I think, an achievement that implies that you can play Magnet because of the previous game by Mark Brown, Mind Over Magnet. Yeah, so Chris donates a lot. There actually is a way to mod this game to play it with a custom dictionary, like CSW, for instance. And I tried it before, and it works, but it disables the Steam achievements. So for this first run, I'm trying to do some achievement hunting while I still can. And for that, I think you need a level playing field with all the other people in this game. Yeah, this just came out today, but there's been a demo that's been out for a few weeks. And the reason this got a lot of exposure is because it's by a very influential YouTuber who usually talks about sort of design patterns and philosophies in other video games, particularly a lot of Nintendo games that we featured on the stream. Refresh is free, you have no e-tiles. We never really use refresh, so... Oh, we don't want this because we're trying to save up for wordplay right now. So you know what? We're actually just going to hash that. And yeah, again, we want to just keep this stuff until... Oh, we got D. We're just going to keep this stuff until we get the P, if we can. So... we can probably do better than that. But... I'm just trying to... No. Get rid of some of that stuff so we can draw into the P before we've finished the game. Let's just go hailing. Okay, there we go, wordplay. So this should give me an achievement. Let's see if it does. I don't know if it'll actually display. There we go. Hey, that's the game's name. Spell wordplay. There we go. Got it on our first run. And it verifies that achievements work right now, so... Yeah, because, like I said, I originally tried this just with the CSW mod, which I also modded the tile bag because I'll show you in just a moment once I pick something here. D into golden tiles, that might be interesting. 3 new standard tiles with the same letter as the preferred tile if we really want to do that. We never really used to refresh very much, but strategically we might want to at some point. But you know what, let's just do this with a D. So we can duplicate it as much as possible. So yeah, compared to the standard Scrabble set, this set has 8 I's rather than 9, and 1 Y rather than 2. The reason you see these extra Y's is because they were added by a card effect that I picked up earlier. But there is a way to mod the default bag as well. You want to match the Scrabble set just by adding 1 I and 1 Y. And so once again, if you do mod it, then it shows you in the bottom corner that you have a custom dictionary and a custom letter bag, and it disables the Steam achievements, you know, so nobody tries to cheese them with some kind of custom setting. Anyway, we have... what is it? Oh, we don't have the N there for anodizing. Anodize. If we don't care about keeping the Z. For the duplicate, we have... let's just do, like, I don't know, pulsating or something, and we'll try to keep something interesting with a D. So yeah, how this game works is you just punch in words and you get points. And on the left side, you see multipliers and other bonuses that you pick up in the course of play. And of course, longer words get rewarded with incremental bonuses. It is possible to go over 10. It is possible to go as far as 20, I think, if you want. But it only shows 10 slots until you actually go past 10. And then over here, these are temporary or one-time effects that manipulate the tiles that are in your pool. Sometimes they add letters, sometimes they modify letters to give you point bonuses. And so you try to hit a particular benchmark within a certain number of words. And this is just the easy mode that kind of gates off the rest. So it'll be more interesting to show you how this works once we get into some of the higher difficulties, which I have not seen yet. So anyway, let's take a look at this and see. So the Y effect here, for instance, is that if you end the word on a Y, then you have a big multiplier that you get at the end. So of course I'm thinking of things like the IFY ending, and we had actually already considered Beautify. This is the second time in this set that we played Beautify, but we're going to do it again because it fits. And got that money. Welcome. Hope you've been doing well. I assume it's Maker over there today for you, but yeah, really glad I got that money to see you in the players chair when it comes to the Maker community after having seen you contribute your levels for years and years and years, ever since Maker 1, in fact. So I hope you've been enjoying the viewer experience and that you haven't been hit by too many attempted Kaido shell jumps or anything like that. Don't lose a play if you admit a word that has exactly 4 tiles. We never submit exactly 4 tiles. And we never really refresh much. We're just going to skip these. I don't like either of those. Anyway, so now we can actually start seeing some of this as a D effect. So for example, you know, if you have avoided, then the D gives you, oh, yeah, the word score is multiplied by the number of golden tiles you submit, so this would give you a ×2. We might have something a bit better that also, like, you know, validated, for instance. And the word is validated. There we go. And yeah, Chris donates a lot. There is a free demo on Steam as well. It has a small range of the feature set and only the easy mode, and that one, the demo version, can't be modded with your own lexicon. But the full version of this just came out today. But this easy mode that I'm showing off right now, it is more or less available for free for people who want to try it out. And yeah, I got that money. Let me know if you've been seeing anything particularly good on the Maker side. I don't know if Energizer would be good, or even Re-Energize. Re-Energize, let's see it. There we go. Will the Z effect hit? Not really. And yeah, once again, it's the bonus for getting the X on the end. I don't know if we'll be particularly picky about that, because it is not as easy to set up. But, well, I mean, you know, we have things like Carax or whatever, but I don't know if we want to do that just for the multiplier. We probably can do more. And actually, Jinx would be really quite good. Oh, except it's only 4 letters, and so you don't get into the bonuses, right? Because I think it's like sort of, yeah, there's something that only punching in 4 does to your base score. I think it might 0 it. I don't remember if it's less than 4 or only 4, but we don't want to do that. So I think we'll just go Carax and just grab the score. There was something probably a lot better there, but this is going to get us over the mark for winning, so Beautify 114. And yeah, so Endless Mode was the thing that was locked away in the demo as well, in terms of just being able to continue your current run. But we just want to get out of easy mode and do the good stuff, so. Okay, so as I was saying, you can see your stats here so far. We had that 111 with Reincarnate. And we'll keep going. So yeah, A, B, C, L, M. Oh, I see. Normal, hard, legendary, and marathon. So I'm thinking about whether we want to just skip the legendary and marathon right away. I think we'll, in the interest of clearing out Steam achievements, which is part of what we're doing today, I want to see what the ramp up is like. So let's just go through them one by one and just do them in sequence. And hopefully we'll have time to actually get through Legendary Marathon later today. So yeah, Marathon is 20 rounds. And yeah, Legendary, I think you start getting into more constraints. Like some of the constraints on what you're allowed to do in a given round. And so we'll see. Let's see how it actually escalates. And we'll go for some other achievements along the way. I do have the Steam achievement list in my browser over here. That's how we need to go for wordplay, and that's how we should remember to go for magnet. There are some other ones like scoring 400 points with a single word if you really stack your multipliers. And there's one that says get a gold medal in quick play. I don't know what quick play is, but maybe there's a timed mode. I don't see where that's selectable yet. But maybe that was the casual play. So I'm not really sure. But yeah, we got the achievement for playing wordplay. And there's another one for spelling a word using only wildcard tiles, and then some other ones. We'll try to keep an eye on the side. Because like I said, I would like to kind of get back into playing this with the full Scrabble dictionary as soon as I'm able to do so. And so we probably want to grab as many of the achievements while they are open and available to us with the default settings out of the box. Oh, we're so close to exfoliate. We just don't have the L. That's all right. And yeah, we have account. We have Bocasia. No, we don't have a C for that. Coaxial. No, don't have the L. Execution. So many A's remaining, but I guess we'll just have to deal with it. That totally overkills the point requirement, so, you know, there's no need to do that unless we're being fancy, because I don't think you get anything for getting over the line with that many extra points that you don't need, other than just a sense of style. Increases by 1 every time an upgrade is used. Well, we don't have any upgrade tiles to go with it right now. I like the exclamation one. That one worked out really quite nicely previously. And yeah, we're a bit vowel heavy right now, but there are ways to work around that. Yeah, like, you know, Aurelia or something, or I'm just trying to think about what we can do here. I think we actually do want to just dump a lot of the vowels here and leave a good spread of remaining vowels. So here we leave like A, A, E, I, O, U, and that's kind of nice. Maybe even dump an additional E just to grab points and draw some more. And yeah, we just need 22 points in this one. So it's not really that difficult to do. You know, if we have like, oh, we don't have an E for dignify. And then we have this, no, we don't have a second I for disunity. Let me think about this for a while. But we just need enough base points to get through, right? So it's easy to add since we have no bonuses. This is 13 and 10, 23, that gets us over the line. So yeah, let's just get over the line and do the mental math while it's sleazy. As long as you get over the line for the next round, it doesn't particularly matter. And in fact, you kind of want to leave yourself with decent tiles going into next set. Reroll the perks for free once per round. Let's go emerald again. We never know when that's actually useful. And we'll put emerald on a Q, because the point bonus will actually potentially matter. We'll put the other emerald on a Z or something when it comes up. Anyway, we have a quota, we have... Well, I'm just trying to see if we have something even better. And... yeah, because we kind of want to get rid of that as we can. Let's do that. Keep some vowels since we're a little bit heavy. And we don't get the bonus. Oh well, that's fine. And what do we have here? We have Canyon. Spends most of the vowels, but we don't care. It gets the points. Gets a lot of points actually with a 25 bonus. And that gets us over the line here as well. We already have one emerald converter. Oh, if a word has exactly 5 tiles, a random tile will become an emerald tile. So you have a lot of 5s, and that accumulates over the course of the entire run. Notice too that one of the differences in normal mode is that we're going for 12 rounds rather than 10. I didn't actually pay attention to what else changed about it. We might have started with a tighter pool of plays initially. If a word has exactly 4 tiles, permanently increase every tile score by 1. So, yeah, if you really want to boost... Oh, I guess it would boost the tiles in the play, so you can't really do too much. Multiply the final score by the number of R's in a word. I like that one, actually. But let's do that. I feel like that's one of the more likely ones to duplicate. Although we only have the 1 R currently. And let's see here. For 10, too bad we don't have... Yeah, I feel like we can do a lot better than that. We might actually want to just keep the R as well for that future effect, instead of just spending it for 1 at the moment. And same with the exclamation tiles. Exclamation mark we save for when we have a particularly long word. So yeah, there's probably quite a lot that can be done here when it comes to the ED ending. But I'm wondering... And then of course the double F as well. Double Fs go well together. And I don't know, I don't really see that many good opportunities here. What was I even looking at earlier? And then after something, after... But there's also TION ending if we have something that will go with it. But a lot of this doesn't. And yeah, I would like to maybe keep the E if we can. Or fit. We don't want to burn the R like that, like I was saying. Yeah, you know what? Let's just go at it and it's a bit of weak play, but we'll keep on drawing in and see what we can get. Now we have the ing ending that is potentially good. Off something, off a ring. Off our rings is just naturally available, but of course, if we can do something with the double R, that's even better. Or no. Frowners. Let's do that. Get the multiplier. It does burn that end that we wanted for the ing, but we can get another one of those. We'll put the Z on the emerald probably. Yeah, I don't quite like combining the tiles because it kills some of the length bonuses. We should go for this little challenge thing. 2 bonus points if your word contains a letter pair. We should go for that just to try it out and see how it accumulates. Anyway, we're going to put the Z on emerald. And Ziggear. That has the double letters. Ziggiest. Because then we keep the double R for a double R. We might as well just dump it. Okay, never mind. I guess not. Yeah, it's not actually good. Well, that's alright. We tried. Let's see. It's only a +2 though, it's not... Well, but it's the +2 that accumulates, that's the thing, so... But let's say we do Ritzier, and then we have to double R instead. Also... Oh yeah, I didn't even look at the effect with the eye that was surrounded. I guess that was something that was required. Word must include highlighted tile or lose 2 plays. Yeah, we hadn't even been looking at the play counter, so yeah, we'll make sure we do that. And then gullible. No, we don't have the... But, oh no, we need the U, so... We can do slugged, we can do bugged. Yeah, we want to keep the double B though, in case we have something we can do with the double B. So, but we're through this round anyway, so... Yeah, we'll try to always keep a double tile if we can't use it right away. We don't want to break it up. Convert a tile into a wildcard tile with the same score. What is a wildcard tile? Wildcard tile. Oh, I guess you could use it as anything. You can use it as a blank, maybe. That would be really interesting with an emerald Q that we have later. But assuming it stacks, it might not stack. But we'll maybe try that since we're experimenting. Add bonus points equal to the sell prices of all your modifiers. We don't have that much right now, right? Sell 3, sell 1, so that'll be a +4 plus whatever you get off this rare. Hang on. Can I see what the rarity on these is? Hang on. Let's take a look. Yeah, this one's a rare, so I guess rare has the sell price of 3. We saw this one in the demo. If the word has an odd number of tiles, add 10 bonus points. And even, remove 5. Too finicky, I think. Let's go for this just to see if we can figure out what the wildcard does and what a stacking effect will be. We'll keep it for something that maybe already has an effect so we can try it out. Okay. Now... let's see. I'm, of course, thinking about whether we can use the double B for something, but the doubling the A is also going to be fine. Or even the I, for that matter. And I wonder, so this only, yeah, if your word contains a letter pair, so you don't get more bonuses for just having multiple pairs in the same word. I'm just trying to figure out what we can do with that. Well, let's see. Because, yeah, I'm thinking about, like, say, even if we just have something like nibble, it's just a little nibble, but it'll accumulate. Also, this will work nicely with the double R effect, too, when we stack lots of Rs. Again, we'll see if we can do any kind of doubling here with either the A or the T. I wonder if there's anything that we can do. No. With the over beginning, I'm looking at a J here as well to see what we can do with it. We might want to consider doing the J as the wildcard conversion as well, just to keep the +8 on it. But again, I want to see if this will stack with something like the Q when it comes up, just to see what happens. We only have the one R there. I don't know, we can probably do a lot better than that. But we do have the double A in that, which is important. It does break up the T's though, and it breaks up the O's as well, so I'm a little bit reluctant to be doing that. Might be better to just go something like Hatters, and then you keep the double O and a double A for future purposes. Yeah, whoops, I was going to do Feijoa, but that doesn't actually have any doubling, so... You know what, let's just try to turn over a lot of tiles, and it's okay we break up the doubles, I think. We'll just keep on going for that. Oh, actually, it's same letters together. Okay, so this bonus actually went down, so... Right, it's only... Okay, by same letters together, it means the letter pair has to be next to each other. Yeah, like in hoot. I wasn't clear on that. It's not two in the same word. The two actually have to be next to each other. So if we had something like, you know, Hatter or Matter there, that would be better. And keeping the O's for that would be better. Because things like E's double, things like... Or rather go well next to each other. Yeah, otherwise this would be massively overpowered. So the duplicate letters have to be next to each other. We didn't realize that. Alright. So this is actually not as good as I would have hoped. Yeah, that's not very good at all, actually. But... Well, we're not going to micromanage this too much then, I think. Unless we... start just having a very clear opportunity to start stacking it. But of course, then we just keep something like the E's if we're not using them for that purpose. That's the only double that works right now, though. And so let's see what we can actually do with that then, because you know, because even if you have something really small like fleets, then you get the bonus for that, but it's not particularly good. We should just go for long words instead, because the additive +2 doesn't really matter that much. Yeah, we should get rid of some of the clunky stuff. However, well, let's see. I'm taking a look at like the ISM ending, IST ending, IEST ending. Like, you know, we'll just dump some stuff just to have a long word. So yeah, no bonus in that. Oh, we should have used the exclamation there, because the exclamation mark is actually starting to kind of take up a slot here, and so that's not great. And then we have execute again, but we might be able to do something a little bit better with the double effect. No, you know what, let's just do it. Yeah, so that's the problem with the exclamation, is that you want to use it with a long word, but if you don't get a long word quickly, it just takes up space. And this is massive overkill anyway, we just need 3 points. I wasn't even looking at the point counter, to be honest. And yeah, I like that actually, because then we can start using it. You know what, let's try it with the J first of all. So you got a random 8 points, so how do we use it? I'm actually not clear on how that goes. Wildcards can be used in place of any letter, that's fine. Then it just validates any available letter? I don't know, maybe. Well, that could potentially be pretty good. I'm just looking at whether we have a good way of stacking a lot of this stuff, but so I typed a G here, and because I don't have a G, it was in this for like nightmare. So that's interesting, because then we can have multiple wildcards that score that well. And yeah, we're not doing this particularly optimally at all, but again, we just want to blast through the easier modes and get into something bigger. But of course, if we can do one of the achievements to have a single massive score on a turn, we should do it. And yeah, so for example, if we have something like that, then you get the effect on the double O's. We have too many A's, but yeah, there might be something a lot better than that. But we'll just take it. Okay, now let's see if this converts. Yes, it does. So you have an Emerald 10 now, which is great because every now and then is going to be a 50, right? And I'm just trying to think about like an LY ending. Or even... Well, let's think about this. Yeah, because we can probably do something really quite good here. I just am not looking at it very well. Maybe. But we might... I wonder if actually using the wildcard would count towards the double. I'm trying to think of a way that we can demonstrate that. But we might not be able to do it this turn. Unless we have something like an LESS ending. You know what? I just want to try it to see if it works. So let's say we get something like a hatless. I just want to see if this counts towards this. Because I typed in an S, and yeah, it does count towards that. I wonder what happens, how it parses though, if you have multiple possibilities or blank. Because you see, it just displays the wildcard. It doesn't display what I typed necessarily, and it just resolves it to something valid. So I wonder how it chooses to resolve. If it had some kind of alternate choice, for instance, that wouldn't give you that bonus. Refreshing noise and tells in a submission bar. So yeah, you can just kind of reload something and very selectively redraw the rest. If you're one tile away from something good. 5 times on an S, isn't that interesting? Apart from giving you more potential plurals. And letter changes every round with the S. Yeah. I mean, this is good with the S, so we just don't know if it's going to change to something that's going to be not nearly that useful. Okay, third letter must be a vowel or it will be destroyed. If you particularly care about it being destroyed. Well, let's see. Oh, we're so close to something like opacity. Well, let's think about this. Oh, we're so close to something like Quinciana. No, not really. Not that close. Also, why do we shelve this stuff? Oh yeah, because we have no more effects. Okay. Well, yeah, I'm trying to fit this constraint. We don't absolutely have to, of course. Notice too that it tells you for clarity what is marked as a vowel. I actually kind of wonder how that adapts to things like custom dictionaries, or if it's just hard-coded. It might just be hard-coded. I know there's an effect in there somewhere that designates the Y as a vowel, but it's a card effect. Because I'm thinking of something like the and a beginning, or I mean, we'll just destroy DM, whatever. We'll just destroy it. But then we're even more vowel heavy than we already are. However, if we do the double, then maybe, you know, we just do Mooney or something. And we can stack that bonus. Because at this point, this is outpacing the letter bonus for having an additional letter, so it might actually be better to accumulate. Do I have... Oh, I don't have Anaconda yet. We're close to it, but... yeah, so many A's. We have to do something about that. Yeah, we can just do Powa over here. Is 4 the minimum, or... I feel like we can do a lot better than that. Because that really doesn't score too much at all. That's kind of a rebalancing play, and if we're going to do that, we might as well just potentially shuffle. Again, yeah, the double D might be useful here. The double P might be useful. Well, we could just, yeah, audio will just destroy the D, which is not great, but... Well, I mean, we're not going to fit every constraint, I think. So why don't we just rebalance a little bit with a tiny little play. The worst play we've made all day, but then at this point, maybe we can have some more possibilities. So for example, you know, you start getting some things like Brooded, and then that would fit the constraint, and it will also give you the double. Totally forgot that we still have this word begins with S thing. Wasn't it word ends with S? Oh, maybe this changed on me. I'm just thinking about whether we have, yeah, frocked, but then, you know, that doesn't give you the double effect. And let's just go prodded. Okay, now, so yeah, this is where we can get the word beginning with S. If we want to do that. Is skinwear good? I actually kind of wonder. Skiwear, definitely. I mean, there's no harm in trying. I'm just trying to see if there's anything else we want to try first. I guess swank here would be in there. Yeah, if skinwear were in there, that would be probably an anagram that we might know. Again, this does reduce that doubling bonus, though. But I mean, this keeps it. I actually kind of want to check. Yeah, it's swankier in there. Anyway, we have a couple of possibilities here. Again, using multiple R's is going to double and it's going to add to the bonus. So if we're able to do that, we should, even if we have something like crazier or furzier. I like that a lot better. I think we should just use the exclamation now. Oh, except that burns the R. We don't want to do that with all the R bonuses that we have, so we actually should go with something like crazier. Oh, except we forgot that this has to be two adjacent letters, not two of the same letter. I keep forgetting that. Gain 2 plays when you skip the perk screen instead of 2 refreshes, 2 wildcard tiles, and 0 points though. But they extend, I guess, by the bonus. Yeah, we might as well do this. I don't like that they are worth 0, but they will just naturally extend the range of possibilities, so. Anyway, we can once again just have the double G and the S in front. That's fine. We probably are massively overvaluing this duplicate bonus, but it does account for every word, I guess, so. Do we have like Adiolate? No, we don't. I'm trying to think about whether we have something that would give you the double E. Probably not. We should just, you know, try to rebalance. I'll do. Oh, we don't have the second L for that. A little late. Maybe something with the EAU ending. ING ending is still available as well, but we don't really have something that would work well with that. Oh, evaluating. No, that's probably not good anyway. What did I think that was good? Oh, sorry. Define. There's something in there. Probably eluents or something. Yeah, eluates as a noun. Yeah, eluate as a noun. That's what I was thinking about. Well, let's think about this. We're very, very vowel heavy at the moment. And so we should try to reduce that somehow. Even at the expense of some of the other bonuses. Out something ing. Not really. That's all vowels in there. I mean, you know, at some point we'll just have to refresh that, but I would like to maybe do something to get rid of it first. Yeah, so many vowels. That's okay. We'll just take this and grab some bonuses. Keep the L in case we are able to use that. Okay, so surely we can do something that will get us out of the vowel trouble. You know what? Why don't we just spend a turn on something silly like this? Because it'll continue to accumulate the bonus while rebalancing, but then we're still dealing with all this U trouble though. But then we can continue accumulating the duplication. I actually think we'll just take it. Just to rebalance a little bit, since we have so many turns that we can burn. And then, yeah, so now we have all 3 wildcards. There is an achievement for playing a word, I think, that is all wildcards. I don't know if there was some kind of minimum length on it. I should look at it in the Steve achievement list. Spell a word using only wildcard tiles. Yeah, so it would be minimum 4. You can do it, but it would be minimum 4. And yeah, we can... I see a couple of... Oh, we can't even do nauseating, but I'm trying to see if we can do something that would use the wild cards in conjunction with duplication. Why was this an 8? Oh, because we replaced the J, I think. So maybe we do have the 4th wild card in the bag. Let me take a look at the bag here. Or did we? I thought yeah, we have an additional wildcard in the bag. So actually what we should do is we should keep all the wildcards until we have the 4th wildcard to get the all wildcard achievement. So we should not use them. And we should be careful when punching words in so we specifically don't use them. Now, that does constrain our remaining possibilities quite a bit. Because I'm definitely thinking of, you know, just dumping something like 2 2s or something, but it would, of course, be better to do something, yeah, this, I mean, it leaves those all vowels down there, which is not great, but... I also didn't even pay attention how the bonus is now if word begins with B. I wasn't paying attention at all to how that changes. But we're going to try to draw into the 4th wild card anyway, and we'll just try to survive until then, just to achievement hunt. Because actually that's one of the least achieved achievements currently, although the game's only been out a day, so who knows what the different rates will be with time. Yeah, the challenge with that is just to, you know, continue playing words until you survive long enough to play 4 wildcards. And you have to stack up 4 wildcards to begin with, which we have been able to do. So, let's see. You know what? Oh, we've got a good one here. TV, like that. And that'll really stack up to the other bonus as well. Now we can actually still do a little late. We want to just continue drawing into the wildcard if we can. Oh no, we still don't have this. Yeah, we do. I just want to get rid of some of this stuff, even if we are decreasing the stacking bonus, which is close to the plus 20 maximum anyway. First and last letter of a word are the same, multiplied by 2. I remember in the demo this was amazing. Multiply the final score by 3 if this is the only modifier you own. So you just multiply everything by 3 if you just kill everything else, right? But then that means you can't do stacking bonuses. Let's get this one. Yeah, so if word begins with O, if first letter equals last letter, so we can do something like outro. And now that means that we can't use the exclamation as the one at the end. So this will give you, you know, this bonus and this bonus. It just has a terrible base score. So maybe we can do something a little better than that. No, I think we should just do it. It doesn't get you the accumulating bonus, but it does give you such a huge multiplier. Let's just take it. Let me just show. Yeah, I mean, in the end, Well, look at that, 88 points for the nonsense play. Okay, now we can do the wildcard thing. So let me just make sure I redefine print on the achievement, just to make sure I've got it. Yeah, the wildcard achievement is spell a word using only wildcard tiles. So we just need to think about 4 letters that we do not have. Like, for example, J, Y, and X. Or even if we do something... Oh, we do have an N, so we can do that. Let's see. So we need to play 4 letters that we do not have. Unless maybe I place all these manually, but then I wonder how they resolve. Actually, this will be an interesting test of how to resolve. If we have, for example, I'm thinking of something that would be O something something O. I don't know if Oppo is good in this dictionary, actually. It might not be. I'm going OPPO to see if this will go. I'm just thinking about what else that could have been. Oh, it's actually just going to... Yeah, it's going to resolve to the first thing that is available alphabetically. The first thing available alphabetically in the dictionary is AAHS. Now, the thing is, I wonder if it actually goes through the sort of alphabetical sort, or if sorting the word list, if you have a custom list in a different way, actually triggers it by going down the list in the order that you punched it in. Or if it is some kind of alphabetical search, or, you know, built-in ordering. But yeah, if you do all wildcards, it takes the first available one. So I think whenever you do that, that's what it's going to come out as. And that's even though I actually held an H that was available. Okay, that's interesting to know. That's an interesting behavior to observe in terms of figuring out how the game actually works. So anyway, we have some stuff like exclaim. No, we don't. Yeah, we actually do have. Naturally, if we're playing exclaim, we should put the exclamation point on it. And it'll decrease the bonus, but that's okay. We've stacked it nicely. We have like Bohemian or something. I'm just thinking about whether we have something that would give you the double... You know, you'd think that we could double the B's together pretty well. Even if we just have like Fibber or something. Or even a doubled N. But... let's see. Oh, yeah, and we have the O bonus as well. Like if we have something that would be over and then it actually finishes with another O, then we get 2 of the bonuses. I'm just thinking of what the possibilities would be. I don't think we have something that'll work with that, but even if we just have O in the front, though, that would be a multiplier. Can you actually overmine something? You probably can. Yeah, it just doesn't give you the accumulating bonus, but that's okay. At this point, the duplication would matter a lot more for that. And... yeah, so this thing here. So you do lose a play if you submit something with 4 tiles, I guess. Maybe. I actually should have read the fine print about the rules at the very beginning. I just skipped right over it this time because we rarely ever Enter something with just 4. Oh, don't lose a play. Yeah, because no, you always spend the play to play a tile. So of course you always lose a play when you play. But if you do this, then you give yourself a way to escape a situation where you don't have many possibilities. Any upgrades with at least 1 use will get all of your uses back at the start of a new round. I like this. Because we have upgrades with 1 extra use, right? So that means that if we always have an upgrade that has an extra use, then won't it get a +1 again? I want to see if those stack. Like if the bonus that you get from this one actually comes back. Anyway. Again, I was trying earlier to see if oppo would be a word in this dictionary. I actually have no idea. But it would give you a whole bunch of the bonuses, which is why I want to start. Yeah, there we go. Oh, only 40. Oh, because this was no longer an O bonus. I was still reading it as an O bonus. There's a T here. I totally forgot this changes. And... well, that's okay. Then let's just play some other stuff. Even if it's not particularly good, we can do like hubby. We haven't picked up upgrades in a while. That's one of the issues. But then we can save up some R's later. Yeah, so it's T at the start that is going to give us that bonus now. And let's think about this. I'm thinking about whether we can do the first and last with the D's. But then we could also have something wrap an A on either side. Edonia. Is this going to be good? Let's try it. Yes, it is. That was quite nice, actually. 120 on that. And yeah, we should use this bonus a lot more than we have. And of course, we have the R available now as well for all kinds of shenanigans. You know, if we have something like R and R at the beginning and end with some kind of R in the middle, then that would be really quite good. But I don't see how to do that just yet. We're just a little short of some of the possibilities I had in mind. But even just with 2 R's, like one at the beginning and one at the back, would be pretty good. Can something be rancider if you have something that's more rancid than something else? Yeah, it is. And then look at that. That was pretty good. 184 on that. With all the bonuses that we had. Okay. Refresh all tiles with the same letter. Yeah, so we have no room for modifiers right now, but we want the upgrade anyway, I think. there are 3 plus of that letter. Yeah, because then it gets us out of that massive vowel trouble that we had earlier with multiple U's and all that stuff. I wonder if at this point, though, we should consider selling some things that we're not really using. But, you know, occasionally this card, if we just pay attention to it, is going to match what we want. So we might as well grab the upgrade. This is, yeah, and we get the additional slot on it with 5 slots now as well. Anyway, first letter equals last letter. We have that available with the S. And then we also have that available with the R. So we'll probably do something with that. There's also the G with the 2 letters together. That might be good. For example, you know, you can have just rigor or something that will give you a ton of bonuses. And then we'll keep the S idea for something after that. So let's take a look at how many points we got off of this. Yeah, 120 points off that. Special round, special tiles don't trigger. So yeah, we should... I mean, we can use the Z for the points if we have a good reason to, but we shouldn't expect anything from it. Also, I see that the first letter equals last letter thing does not synergize well with the exclamation mark, unfortunately. Because exclamation mark always has to go at the end and it creates a mismatch. I'm trying to see if we can do something that will give us the doubling while having an S start and S finish if we can. But, I mean, we can also do something with the F. So, staffs like that. Then, oh no, P is the first and last bonus. That's okay. We don't care about this one so much then. Yeah, this one's kind of dead weight, but occasionally, you know, it's something that creates a bit of spectacle. Also, we should actually, you know, use this from time to time. I see that the problem with this now, actually, this refresh all letter, is it does not synergize well with the same letters together effect. So that was maybe not a great choice for what we have. Anyway, we should once again think about how to put the D at the start and finish. And ideally have something doubled in between. Yeah, it's too bad that some of these bonuses really don't go well together. Exclamation doesn't go with this card. Refresh really doesn't go with this card here. But we'll probably just go with, well, if we're going for a lot of multipliers, I was originally thinking dawn, but then something like days is actually a lot better because we at least get the 10 on a Z. Too bad we're so close to something like dazzled or something. And we also have the ing ending, but we want to maybe grab another G so we can actually have that in conjunction with the bonus. Because, yeah, this is actually going to score pretty well, I think, if we get the base score together. Actually, no, that wasn't very good. Anyway, we should probably just go for some proper scoring at some point. Yeah, because, you know, you have something like looking, and then you can keep this bonus. It's not great, really. But it doesn't keep the bonus, but it gives you at least long words. We should just dump some stuff, and we don't need to go for the same effects every time. As long as we kind of sustain this bonus on a somewhat consistent basis. And then, you know, just up the bonus every now and then. Oh, this is actually a good point to show off. Hello, maybe. Just to get the... But then if you want to do the first and last matching together, that might be something better. Even if we... Yeah, we're just not making use of this P bonus at all. That's just not working. Also, we don't actually need to go really hard with this one. We should actually prioritize accumulating the bonus because we don't need very many points at all. We should prioritize just trying to make that happen. And just try to, you know, rebalance this a little bit. So, yeah, because there are lots of words that are available here, but we want to do something that's just going to pump this bonus because we just don't need to score very many points. And anything will do. So even if we just do Toodle or something, that'll score more than enough, and then keep that. And, oh, actually, we're finished with the round already. Okay. And there we go. We got the normal out of the way. Let's just progress to hard. We'll try to get as far as we can today and hopefully get through to Legendary and Marathon as well, since it's fairly early on. We haven't been very precise in these early rounds. We've just been learning what's possible. Yeah, mission 42. It's interesting how the length increases just with very few extra rounds. Let's try hard and let's see how we go. Yeah, so casual seems to be the quick play that has some kind of gold medal to it. I don't know if it's speed-based or what, but we'll take a look at that at the end. If we have time. So yeah, you start with 10 plays. You have maybe... I don't know if this is a higher point threshold at first. It might not be. But still on 12 rounds, like with normal mode. But maybe it's just that you have fewer plays initially, and you might have more constraining effects later on. We don't really know it all. But anyway, this will be a nice way to just start all the way at the beginning again. And we'll just punch in some words. And just try to do everything cleanly. Oh, no, we don't have an A. And this will give me enough. Okay. Permanently add 5 points to a task score. I mean, this could be good given how early we are at the moment. I like this modifier, though. This is consistently very good. More flexibility is also great. But yeah, the permanent one, the nice thing is that it's going to really accumulate with time. And so we should use it on something that will likely be tossed back frequently, like maybe one of the S's. In fact, I mean, we have 4 S's in the pool. If we just put this on 2 of the S's, that's actually pretty significant already. I do like this one though. It's just that we've, you know, shown it off so many times. Let's go with this. We're going to try this. We're going to go S and S. Because it's going to be cycled back in that state, and that's, you know, half the S is boosted already, as I was saying. And okay, let's see about this. Handouts, which are probably, yeah, just leave so many vowels behind. Let's see if we can do something better. Something with the TION ending, maybe? Nah, just very many vowels. Let's just go handouts and see what we can do. If we can just kind of do it around in 2 turns, that gets us pretty far. And yeah, here we can, as long as we get over the line, we don't particularly care. We might actually want to keep some of the big stuff. Because I was thinking something like Ixnay, that gives you, like, what we need is 23 points. This gives you 20. Not good enough, but if we have the S on the end, that gets you over the line. Let's see if maybe there is something else that we can do. I actually wonder if a jury is in this dictionary. It might not be, but 17 and 5, 22 anyway is not enough. Let's go, just go X-nays. Oh, I guess X-nay by itself would be good, but I actually don't even know if X-nay would take an S even in Scrabble. It does. So yeah, that was kind of surprising that that didn't get in. Well, we can just do something else. Again, we should maybe keep some of the big stuff in case we can improve those tiles with one of the effects that we draw going into this round. So we would have like 10, 11, 12, 15, and 15. Yeah, that's enough. Okay, transform into a dot tile. And, you know, D is a good example for that. Actually, some of those 6-point S's, if we get them back in the mix, we might want to save some of the upgrades for that. Plus tile to the letter bag. Plus tiles allow you to submit multiple words. That, oh, legendary. You know what? That's interesting because that gives us gargantuan length, potentially. I want to play with that. I want to play with that. Let's just see how it goes. Oh, it goes in the gift bag, though. Wait. Oh, yeah, because it's a tile. It's not an effect. So that's okay. We want to see it. It's a legendary. We have not seen it in action at all. Let's actually, you know, play the game. Anyway, ing endings are all over the place here. ITY endings. So, Nimity, there might be something a lot better. Keep forgetting it. It's not Zoomier, it's Zootier would be good. I'm just trying to see if we can have something a lot better. There we go, examining. Re-examining? No, we don't have it. And again, we'll get kind of 2-turn clear through this round. Even if we do something like Woozy, that might get you over. You just need 16, so even the face value is enough. Add bonus points equivalent to the last tile's score. I feel like very often the last tile isn't going to be that heavy though, but you know, you can kind of play around it and try to force it. Duplicate a tile and add it to the letter bag now. Add bonus points equal to the number of unused upgrades. We don't have anything to stack that with right now, so let's do this. And we'll just try to play around it. So I was thinking parry out, but that doesn't really take advantage of the bonus. Add bonus points, yeah. So this says +0 right now. I don't expect it would accumulate or anything. No, of course not. But I'm trying to see if maybe there's something that would give us a decent ending with like the W or M. But you know, we'll just try to set that up later. Let's just turn over right now. So yeah, it goes back to 0 at the end of that, as expected. I mean, we're not going to get endings with a V, for instance, but we might have something like this, and you would get a +4 and a W. But we should maybe try to go for length. But better to dump some of that other stuff. It's a little more balanced. But if we can do something better, that would be good. Yeah, obviously we can do longer words, but let's go for the bonus. It's almost as good as having an extra tile. To have the +4 there is almost as good as that +5, so. Let's keep going. And, well, yeah, at this point, the only thing that you would really end with for that bonus is the M. So, like an IUM ending. It's not very consequential. It's just a nice little thing that's going to boost every play by at least 1 point. And maybe that will eventually be something that matters. And let's see. Altimeter, I was saying, no, that's altimeter, I'm thinking. Oh, you can, no. We don't have, I don't think you can do like an out limit or anything anyway. Because I'm trying to think of like we have something like an element that would end in IUM here. Tellurium. Yeah, there we go. You get the +3 on the M. And more importantly, you get all the length bonuses with that. D is good with the dots. It's just that we'll be a bit stuffed with Ds, but I like this 4-perk thing because, again, we get to see more of the game. But we did take it once already, so let's try this with a D. You can only submit 4 tiles, increases after each word. So yeah, that's fine. We'll try to take advantage of the last tile bonus as much as we can when we have to deal with this. And we'll try to fill it as much as possible. I don't think we're actually going to end with the J this time, unfortunately. And if we can end with the H, that would be great. I don't necessarily think that we can. I mean, you see, unfortunately, you can't overflow with like notch or something. You can finish with notch, and then it would give you a +4 to make up for not getting the +5, but if we can do something better, then that would be nice. Again, we're probably massively overvaluing this thing anyway. It's good enough to just get something like the D in the end. You know, even if it's ledge or something, then you get still +2 and +5, that's still better, right? So. And then if we might as well do something with the ing ending. Everything is kind of a small play here. We don't have anything over 2 pointers, so but it would be nice to maybe get rid of some of those O's if we can. Let's go looting, just to rebalance things a bit in the way that we would like. And unfortunately, we will have to for this. Now, because we only need a few points, let's kind of do the bare minimum without spending the good stuff that we want for big point bonuses. So we don't want to spend the S to Z or the D yet. We want to keep that stuff for the next draw. Which means that, well, we barely need any points. We can even just play Hoot or something, and we should actually... no, that doesn't quite get us over. I'm trying to think about how we can dump that U, maybe. And then, you know, if we have, like, touted or something. Don't particularly like keeping a G, but... Here, this will definitely get you over, though, anyway. And the idea behind this is that we've got good stuff that we're still going to use. We're not adding 2 J's. That's ridiculous. I mean, there'll be, you know, 13-point J's, but we don't want to sit on 3 J's. Unless we want to play words like, I don't know, Jejun or something. Swap a top with an E from the letter bag, increase by 2. Yeah, like if you are kind of reinvesting it in later. That might actually be good, because you can kind of rebalance for current turn, and you can get those points back on some later play. Convert it and a standard tile. Convert it to a standard tile. No, we don't want to do that. We want to actually use our special tile, so let's go with this. Oh, we don't have a K for Edzuki or something, but... I actually wonder, because earlier we did nudge. I actually don't know if this ends with D, like whether it's actually a word, a verb rather. I'm gonna try it. It is. And yeah, we should actually start going for length again. How does this go if we have both of those S bonuses there? I'm trying to see if we get over the line for 61. Because we get, like, I don't think we do. We get 20. Add last tile score, though. That actually synergizes really well with the fact that we have the 6 on the S, because we get quite a bit going here. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 20, 30, 45. Not enough, though. We should keep that in mind, but we want to try to beat 61, just to see what we can get. I feel like we can definitely get something big out of this. And we should actually take the time to look. Yeah. This is, again, not actually better. So Baroness seems to be the best one we have so far, but if we... But that doesn't get us over 61, so... No, we don't have the ing for that. Let me think about this. Because if we have, like, I think we can improve on this somehow. But we should probably just go for longer words, and if we go for longer words, we might get enough in terms of bonuses to get all the way over. This is the problem with being a Scrabble player, is that often you don't need anything longer than 8, rarely up to 9, and so you don't actually get enough practice unless you go out of your way to study an anagram 10 and above. Abrasions. Let's take a look at the bonuses on this. Get 20 off this, 30, 35. You get 41 in bonuses, and then so we need 20 in face value. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. This should get me over by 1 abrasions. This should get me over by 1. Let's see it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, diamond tiles get +5 when not submitted, and that accumulates, and we found that to be really quite good. Permanently add your refresh count to a tile's score. What's my refresh count? We haven't even used refresh at all, so only 3 right now. That's not very much. So we would want to wait until our refresh count gets boosted. So that might be dead weight for a while. Add bonus points equal to the number of unused upgrades. You know what? I like that. Got 4 unused upgrades. We just don't shuffle for the E, I guess. The accumulation's good on this, though, if you have some kind of multiplier, but we don't have multipliers right now. So you know what? Let's just go with this. Oh, and we get the plus, finally. So yeah, plus tiles. So for example, if you govern plus, and then look at that, because then you can finish with something like with the S, or with the X rather, like you go oversaw plus, you know, Dex or something, but then the D gives you what? Multiply the word score by 2 if it's the last tile. That might actually be a lot better, because you would get a +8 if it's like that, but then, you know, it's much better to get the D be the thing that you finish with at the end. So for example, if you finish with something like governed at the end with a plus, then you can sort of do wax and governs, and then you get that massive score there. Or you can go, or governed rather, wax governed. Maybe we can do something even better. Over something. Or X. I think we should go with that. Unless there's a better way to go with this and then see if we can do something with the rest. I'm just looking at this. No, I don't, like, we want to spend the big stuff. Let's, yeah. we're so close to something like beeswax. Actually, you know what? If we did a shuffle for E, we could do beeswax. We shuffle the A, we shuffle the S. We go beeswax plus govern. You know what? Let's see if we can set this up. What do we say? Shuffle the... Let me make sure I'm doing this properly. Shuffle the A, shuffle the S. We'll lose 2 points here, we don't care. Because I want to see if we can do it. And the E is the thing that gets you the bonus. Okay. Beeswax. Governed. And we're actually going to use our entire board. Now the thing is, there is an achievement for playing 20. But in order to do that, you would need some combination of duplication on the side and expanding your tile pool. As you can see here, when we just have what we have currently, without any kind of additional duplication that's off the board, we can't reach 20. But we're going to get some kind of massive score. Maybe we'll even, with this bonus here, hit that, what is it, 400 on a single play for the achievement? I mean, we're not going to do better than this, so we'll just go with it. But I want to look at the achievement list quickly to see what we're up for. Yeah, there's, looking at this, an achievement for scoring 400 points with a word. There's an achievement for scoring 200 points with a single tile, but we don't really have that unless the doubling counts towards the D. You know what? Let's just punch this in and see what we get. $251. Oh, that's not actually that good. Like, we used the whole board. No, it wasn't even that good. That's okay. That's because we don't have multipliers. That's why. Anyway, it was fancy, though. It was a fancy play. Add 4 refreshes. You have 3 refreshes. Only if we have something that will actually stack well with that. Fill any unused upgrade slots with random common upgrades. So we would get 2 common upgrades. No. When submitting, convert the 6 tile into an emerald tile. I like that. Anyway, this letter must be a vowel or it will be destroyed. I'm tempted to just destroy the Q, but you know, that... Let's see, why is this an E here? Oh, no, this is emerald. E means emerald. It doesn't mean anything with the letter E. Anyway, let's see. Enmity. Yeah, emerald T is not great if we... Also, maybe I shouldn't burn all those. Nice. I was thinking that, you know, we keep some of the A's and we get cannot future turn, or we can always go like trank and so on. A trank, incidentally, will just go and it will not destroy anything, but it won't give us an emerald tile. So I'm trying to do something that will actually land something other than the T there, but you know what, let's just take a long word, whatever. We're going to get a bonus on, like, we're going to get an emerald tile there every turn anyway, so in the long run it's going to be an investment in our scoring potential. Anyway, privateer. Hang on, let me think about what else we can do. Priority. And then you get this emerald in the eye. Yeah. It'd be nice to get the emerald and stuff that actually scores, but... I mean, you just do Priory, and then that cycles the Y back in. Or the emerald. Because, you know, if you're going to get a multiplier, you might as well get it on something that might actually matter. Yeah, we should actually put more of the emerald multipliers on things that might have a chance of multiplying well. If we can, even at the expense of the score. I'm not worried about our ability to pass to hard mode. Like, that's not really at issue. I'm just trying to set up good scoring opportunities. And then... yeah... if we can do, again... no. I'm trying to, again, just trying to land something decent in that location. Particle. Too bad that we don't have, like, anti-particle. Oh, also, I guess this chucks the R, so maybe we don't want to do that. But yeah, I think sometimes, you know, it's okay. The emerald tile, even if we don't put on anything good, is still not a bad thing to have. It might not even be that bad an idea to just let tiles be destroyed anyway if we're trying to reduce the bag to things that will serve us better, but you know, why don't we just destroy the V, for instance? We don't particularly care about the V, and it just often gets in the way unless you're having over this and over that. But I'm just trying to land something decent on the V. Trying to see if we can maybe put the C there somehow. You know what? No, you know what? Let's just kill the V. I don't care. Who wants the V anyway? I mean, you know, it's nice to have for something like the over prefix, which happens quite often in this game, but... now, if you start with a Q, you actually quite easily have a vowel in third slot, so we should think about that. Although, you can also destroy the Q, but I like having the Q for points. It's not that much of a burden in this game like it might be normally. Otherwise, we could have a couple of other possibilities with that. I'm just trying to think about... yeah. Again, we're not getting anything interesting going on there. Is Quiltier good? I don't know if we care about the I on that spot, though. No. It's okay. Let's just play it off. Hey, we'll actually get Feijoa, except, you know, the... yeah, again, the bonus is just going to end up on the A, so maybe there's something that we can do that's going to be a lot better. Like, juicier? Well, that's just still on the E, but it scores better. Slightly, but at extra +5. Okay, we should make sure we get over the line on this play. We don't want to be messing around too much. Yeah, it's too bad that we haven't really been able to land too much on the emerald tile. It would be nice to put something like the K on it. But well, let's see. Yeah, if we can't land something good on it, then we shouldn't go too far out of our way. Yeah, we just keep, because it's a 6th spot, we keep ending with vowels and such on the 6th spot. Anyway, let's make sure we actually get over the line for our 26 points. We will. 15 here, we have plenty of face value, so. It would be nice to actually invest in that emerald tile a lot more than we have. Why is it always considered a vowel? We don't have modifiers that go well with it, but it might matter some for the constraint effects that go later on with, you know, vowel must be in this spot or it's destroyed like we just saw. Increased by 1 when an upgrade is used. We haven't really been cycling upgrades that much. When the tile's refreshed, we don't refresh that much. One of the new tiles will turn into a golden tile. But that's an incentive to refresh, I guess. So I guess we could keep that. I mean, it is uncommon, so we can always sell off if we don't like it. Yeah, we've been getting by in spite of just not having multipliers at all in the course of playing this. I wonder if we can have a good anti... like, oops. N is there. Flamingo, of course. And then we just put that on the N. We should think about the TION ending as always. Like halation. Inhalation? No, we don't have that. Inflaming? No, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm trying to land something there in that spot. Because we have an ing ending and we have something that, you know, lands on the emerald spot before it. Yeah, we shouldn't spend too much time on that, though. Not that time is of the essence. We can really be precise, but we should save our time to be more precise when we actually need to be in maybe some of the higher difficulties later. So let's just go Flamingo. We're getting by decently considering that we are not really playing with multiplicative bonuses of any sort. Out something. I'm again trying to drop something good on the emerald spot, but Let's see. Yeah, it's actually a surprisingly tricky spot. 6th position. Do we have like a photo something, photon something? Yeah, we might just have to go with something like that. I'm sure we have something a lot better. But again, let's just boost as many emeralds as we can. Do they actually stay emerald, though? I haven't even looked at this all this time. Yeah, they do. Okay, so we've actually boosted the big chunk of our E's at this point, so, you know, it's just that they don't hit for very many points at all when you do that. If we can land something like the Z on it, that'd be great. If we land something like the final D on it as well, that's not too bad, even though that's just there as multiplier. And then... oh, we wanted the other D. Also, if you press Shift, then it prioritizes... or it did anyway. Okay, it's not very consistent about it. It's supposed to prioritize. I think there's a bug that if you remove it, then it removes it from priority. Or something. But there's a particular input that you can do to prioritize the special tiles. And let's just go with this. Because at least you get the D on the multiplier on a word that has Z inside it, which is important. Having some of these S's on the emerald might be a good idea as well, but we'll see what happens. Again, yeah, the ing endings happen really commonly in this game, but well, let's see what we can do. Oh, we don't have the second I there. I feel like putting the I on the emerald is really not good at all. No, we don't have the I for that anymore. Again, we can do the shuffle for E if we have an idea for something that would make significantly better. And we should retain that as an option when we have no E's. But yeah, that's not really great at all. I can never remember how to spell it. But it does put the emerald on the E if we do it that way. So that might work out. And actually hit, so. Okay, we've got the plus again. And we've got the plus in conjunction with the X again, which is great. Because of that massive beeswax play last time. We even have beeswax again if we wanted, in fact. We just don't have that multiplier on the D like we did. But we can put the X on the end. And if we put the X on the end, then what happens is that, yeah, we should actually think about putting the X on the end no matter what we do here. Beeswax is a great way to go about it. Of course, if we have better words that can be done without that, we have a bit of tunnel vision for that. So we'll put a second word before that with the plus. And I'm just thinking about what that would be. And we should actually thinking about it in terms of which tile we land on the bonus. Let's anagram the rest of this stuff. Okay, what about this? On the S, that's fine. No, it's not great. Like, it would be nice if we had something else in there instead. Anyway, this is definitely going to overkill it, so I'm just thinking about whether maybe if we exchange the P for an E, we'll lose 1 point on the unused upgrades, but we'll get... Yeah, let me try it. Didn't quite use the whole board here, but we did pretty well. 196 points on that? No, not too bad. Whenever you add extra tiles in the letter bag, add more of the same type. Yeah, we didn't really need to burn the shuffle for E on that apart from stall points, but that's okay. Tiles in the refresh zone will be refreshed after submitting a word. Tiles in the hold zone aren't affected by a refresh, okay. So we can do a selective refresh. Whenever you add extra tiles in a letter bag, tiles in the refresh zone will be refreshed. That's a constant refresh, we don't want that. We want to build. We can do this, maybe, just to see what the hold zone looks like. So what's the hold zone? This is the hold zone on the left side. Okay, I see. Anyway, let's see what we can do. Over dominant? No, I don't think so. You know, we might as well try it. But I wanted to, you know what? We might as well try it. It doesn't use the D, but oh wow, it actually is good. I didn't know that. It doesn't use a D for the multiplier. That's the only thing that was unfortunate about it, but I was just curious as to whether that would be accepted. Anyway, we have priority again. We do. Magnifies the eye. We might have something else that we want to do with this though. I'm thinking of the ILY ending if we have something that would be a little bit better, but no, we'll just go with it. And actually a bunch of those bonuses hit, so not too bad. Q and J, unfortunately we don't have the O for Jonquil. Qualities note. Let's think about this. Do we want to spend the S on that? Not necessarily. Let's think about this because I feel like we can do a lot better. Nope, that puts a U on there instead. Okay, let's just go with that. Do we want to dump the S on that? Not particularly. We might as well just boost the R, I think. Yeah, a bit of a weak play, but that's okay. We've got plenty of wiggle room. We can do jewelers or something if we exchange something for the E on our last remaining upgrade. Just a car. I like that actually because it puts the C on the bonus for once instead of just putting all the 1 pointers on the emerald every single turn. Oh, is that not a word? Is it really not? At least in... Okay, I'm probably thinking of something fictional. I feel like that's something from, I don't know, Mass Effect or something. Let's see instead then. Maybe we will do the jeweler's idea. In fact, it'll work with the double L as well, and then you would end up with L. Let's see, what do we want to replace if we are doing that? We want to shuffle. Now remember, permanently increase the new tile score by 2, so it's the E that gets the points. We should probably dump something like one of the I's, because they're currently being duplicated. And spend the S for the extra 10? Might as well. This might have a couple of possibilities with the LIKAE ending. A lot of synergy between the C and K as well. We can also see if something a little more vulgar would be acceptable. I'm just trying to see if... We have to try this. We have to try this. Apologies to the stream. We have to see if this is in. It is. Okay. What do you know? I wonder if it takes a D on the end. Okay. Let's see about this. We have the ing endings. Yeah, you see, this is why I don't mark the stream as family friendly, so we can play stuff like that. Lotting would be a 9er. Oh yeah, no, I almost entered that. Out. Dating would be a 9er. Let's see. I mean, yeah, as long as we try to get over the line. If we can get something even longer, that would be ideal, because we have 67 points left. Yeah, this is still a 9. What are the other ones we were considering earlier? These won't get you over the line. We need something quite a bit longer, I think. Dialing? I don't think so. Didn't think so. I don't think that dial is good. I was thinking of something similar, I think. don't think there's anything in there. Oh, outlaid. Yeah, of course. No wonder that seemed familiar somehow. Amputating. There we go. Oh, that's a lot better. 20 here. 40. 50. And you need 17 face value, right? And then you get 2 bonus from the G. This actually should get you over because then you get +2 at the end. Even if the end doesn't hit. I think this actually gets you over. Just barely. Let me count this again just to be sure. 20, 40, 50. Then you need 17. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And then you get +2 from add last tile scores. This should match exactly. If we've calculated this correctly. Slightly over, in fact. Okay. We found this to actually be a bit constraining last time we took it. Even though we were stacking it quite a bit. Great news for 3 standard tiles with the same letter as the provided tile now. We don't want to dilute the pool that much, I think. Unless we want to be dumping Zeds in there for pizzazz or whatever. I don't like this one either. Well, this one, there's no penalty to taking it, at least. So we might as well take it, even though, you know, I find that it was not actually that interesting to play around. But at least there's nothing bad about it. And, oh, you know what? Putting the emerald tile on the emerald bonus doesn't make any sense at all. But let's see. If we can have an IZE ending, or even an IZED ending. Totalized? We didn't. No, not quite. So many D's. Nano dies. Doesn't quite hit. Does it? Oh no, yeah it does. Anodized. Then we can try to get the bonus on the Z. Yeah, the point threshold, as you can see at this point, goes up quite a bit. With this being nearly 600 to get through this round. So that's how hard mode escalates, is that the point requirement just gets much higher. At this point, of course, we'll try to end with ED if we can. And yeah, just to get the multiplier in. We're kind of missing an E for something like Hollard. But when we can have something like Halud with the other D, of course. Let's be careful with entering the correct D. I'm trying to see if we can get something that would be a lot better. I think we're just going to go with that. Let's try that. Yeah, bonus on the O isn't particularly good. That's okay, we'll just take it. And yeah, we've got a couple of things we can do. Bursting, sunbursting? I don't know. No, doesn't give us enough use. Out. Something. Ing. outboarding. Actually not good. Wasn't quite sure. Yeah, because outboard is just a known, so that doesn't go. Well, let's see. Let's get the ing down first, and we'll try to simplify. I mean, we have a couple of these bonuses all over the place. Outdating is probably still fine. I just... Except, of course, the T is already being spent there. I feel like we could have done a lot better, but that's okay. Yeah, because we need to... Because we're so lacking in multipliers, we might actually be in a bit of a tight situation. Anyway, we'll use the plus. We'll try to get as much down as we can. So close to something like whetstone. But we will try to get something going here. Web, not quite webmaster or website or anything like that. I'm just trying to see how we can split this into two reasonably long words. And the double B is a bit of a... slightly obstruction here, but let's say we go like bestowed for one of them. Then do we, or even bestows for one of them, then we have like an ED remaining for something like gashed or bashed. I don't think we can quite get everything in, but what do we do this? Then do we have something? That would actually get me all the way through. Because then we can do like bashed. And then we'd still have 2 tiles left over. Well, I don't know. And then we'd still... You know what we have? Yeah, we should replace this E with this E. I wonder if there's something that we can do with like head, H-E-A-D. I will just go with that. Also, we should just ditch this at some point for the points, but you know, when we have an opportunity to sell off. Let's just do something with this. I'm sure we could have done better, but... Yeah. 177 isn't too bad. I wonder if something like the Dymaxion is good. I don't think so. I think that's... first of all, I'm thinking of Dymaxion with a Y, and second, I think it's a proper name for it. The sort of geometric mapping scheme. Obviously, getting a multiplier on the D would be best. But yeah, so even examined would be better. Too bad we don't have re-examined. We'll probably go with examine, but let me just take a look at this a little more carefully, just in case we have something much better. Like something that would maybe also use the V over... Yeah, we don't have something like overtaxed or anything like that. I think we should just go with examined. Unexamined, re-examined. Yeah, I'd rather use the D as a multiplier with the X on the board. Okay, and what do we have here? We have... Well, we still have the ing ending. Naturally, we still have 11 plays. It's just that we might actually start getting a little bit closer to wire in terms of plays, going in around 12, just from the lack of multipliers. I feel like, you know, with the way hard is tuned, if we get similar modifier draws when we get into Legendary, we might actually have a challenge in Legendary, but it would be nice, because we've been pretty lazy about finding good plays so far in this experience. But anyway, in terms of what's going to go over here, we have rotoring, we have... Well, we have also just the... Oh, we only have one A. Because I'm trying to see if we have even just prorating just to get some of the R's out of the way. Actually, where did I think the second N was coming from? Yeah. I'm trying to do something with a V just to get it out of the way. But we might not be able to, so let's just take this. Just try to get as close as we can. And hopefully we get a decent effect going into the last round. Now here at least we have a decent hit rate with the emerald tiles that we have put in at this point. Ideally we can get 122 on this play, but I really don't think we can count on it. No, we still don't have the yellow for Jungle. But we have potentially quite a lot going on in terms of like inquiry, inquirer, re-inquiry, re-inquiry. I don't think so. But we should actually try it. Whoops. No. Didn't think so. Well, let's see. There's a quivery, potentially. At least we can get some of the junk out. That means we probably won't be able to get over the line in this play, necessarily. Also, I'm maybe fixating a little bit on the Q. Fortunately, we don't have that I or the N anymore for... What was that? Yeah. But if we do something like that, then we can get the other R going. We might go quivery anyway, just to get that out of the way. Get the V out of the way for the next turn. This will score less than some of the better plays we found, but if we're not getting over the line this turn anyway, let's just try to get within decent striking distance. So we got lots of potential bonuses that are kind of RNG bonuses this time, and unfortunately they're not worth very much. They're just going to be worth 5 at most. We actually only have 9 plays left. That's a little dire than I thought it would be, given that we're about to go to round 12. So hopefully we actually are able to make it over the line, because I was being far too casual about this. Okay, we got 25 here. This will not get us over the line. So we may actually need to... Yeah, we just have no multipliers as a thing. We should have done the refresh into gold, actually, but we want to not refresh in this turn because there's so many bonuses that... Again, we actually have Jeweler again, like we did earlier. We would want to switch these. Might not be too bad. But again, I don't think it gets us over the line. 65. There's going to be 25 here. And... I think we need to go longer. 11, 15... 20, yeah, 20, 30, 45, and even with random rolls, it's not going to be enough to get us over. So let's see if we can actually do something long enough to make a difference. Otherwise, we'll just have to accept that it's going to take one additional move to get to the remaining round, which is not great because we actually have very few plays in the bank. Yeah, because if we have like a TION ending, I don't think we'll do much better than Jeweler. Let's just take it. Then again, swap this and just try to, you know, boost as many tiles as we can. Leave the E there, put the R here. Yeah, I don't think it'll get us over the line. It'll get us close. Have 3 emerald tiles trigger in the same word. Look at that. We're just short. We're short by 5 points. We got the achievement at least. Just barely short. Well, it's funny because the sort of optimal thing is to go for something slightly vulgar again. But we want to kind of keep a word going into the next turn. That will be good. We can actually totally do it again. We can even pluralize it this time. I'm going to try to play around it so we can actually dump it as the next move. You know which word I'm talking about if we... As you hear earlier... I played it. So let's just try to get over the line for... Oh, I don't know, because I'm trying to score like 5 points with something here. At last tile score, so we actually just need to put a 4-pointer here, like a riot or something. We'll get a +1. And then we'll actually be able, I think, to have the same... Oh, yeah, 74. I see longer words like eruption, but I'm trying to set something up going into the next round, because right now I'm trying to get over the line, and we're going to have a big play going into the next word. If we can, because there might be some kind of constraint that prevents me from playing something even more spectacular than what you suggested, and which I'd actually already played once this round. I'll see. Hopefully we don't get something like, you know, first letter must be a vowel or something on the next turn, because we have something nice. Okay, yeah, this thing's totally dead weight, but if we get this again, then this will suddenly become a +4. So we'll grab this. So do we have some kind of Yeah, we're short in 6 tiles, score 0 points. Well, we don't care, because we will even get a bit of a bonus on the A. Like I said, it's not even the first time I played it today. And yeah, 74, it's perfectly fine to lurk. So no worries about that. And welcome once again to the stream. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Anyway, we have things like a tuning. We could probably do better than that, but amputating. This is actually the second time we've played amputating as well. Let's try to get some more bonuses in there. Not that we have anything multiplicative. So the issue that we've had this whole time is that we just don't have multipliers. We have additive bonuses all the way down, and we have no multipliers. Oh, we don't want this here. We want one that's not already buffed. Amputation might actually be better, because then you keep the ing for the next turn. Hang on, let's actually put things back. There we go. Yeah, then we have, whoops, I have to stop clicking on things. I'm so used to keyboard entry that mouse entry always throws me off somehow. Oh, the +2 same letters together. I completely ignored this. I at no point even looked at the fact that we picked this up, because we had so much trouble stacking it last game, but we should maybe take this seriously now that we're a bit low in place. Okay. We have quite a lot what we can do here. Again, yeah, I did not even think about this bonus. We stacked it up to +14 or +16 or something in the last round before this, but it was a real pain to actually micromanage this thing, and so when we need to do it, we'll do it. But we have a lot of different things that we can do here this time. Again, with the ing ending, and probably folding into Z as well over some kind of bonus. And yeah, Bescheid Visser, I don't know if you saw what I actually played on that turn, or if you just came in. But I already knew it was valid because I had already played it once earlier today. In fact, the bot will even tell you what it means, in case it's at all unclear. I bet there's something that we can do with like an IZING. Like, unfortunately, we don't quite have the right tiles for that. I mean, we can always keep this for something else. And then, yeah, we have anodizing, but the Z is already a bonus as a thing, so that's not going to help. But that's okay, because, you know, it might still trigger for all we know. Yeah, the thing is, a bunch of this stuff is just not triggering at all. A lot of these are not really very synergistic. And the Z did not trigger. Anyway, we can have the E as a multiplier here, so we should go for something big, even though I think it's only the word bonus, right? Multiply the word score by 2, but I think the word score is before you add any of this stuff. Maybe. I'm not exactly sure on the priority. Oh, we only have the one U. Can't do outdueled. Adulated. Let's try to put this. I think we should have been able to do better here. And this is another situation where we're burning a T on that spot. Let's see if we can find something slightly better. Like with an OUT. Adulated is how long? This is only an 8. It's not even that much better. And then some of the other things we had considered. Yeah, I guess we'll just take it, whatever. We'll try to put some bonuses. I should remember to press shift into the bonus tiles. Not great, but hopefully we can get this done within the 7 plays remaining, which is tighter than I thought it would be. Much, much tighter than I thought it would be, considering this isn't even the highest difficulty yet. Anyway, we should definitely start trying to go a bit long. I actually totally forgot about this word shorter than 6 tiles thing, because that has not been at all relevant to us. Also, yeah, again, NG ending is always available as well, but we shouldn't be too dependent on it. IEST is available. Something all OGs, like ontologies. That's not too bad. We should swap. Herbologies, or is that just a Harry Potter thing? I don't think it's just a Harry Potter thing. I think we should actually try it. Yeah, there we go. Herbologies. That's not too bad. We haven't hit the 11 squared too often. It's only worth 91. That wasn't actually that good. Again, we just have no multiplicative bonuses, so it wasn't really great. Okay, so we have the plus again. The plus is amazing. I love the plus. We try to play off the whole grid when we have the plus, and unfortunately, we just haven't really been getting decent upgrades even out of that. There's probably something good with wood. Something wood. And, or even, well, we've got so many of the S's here that I bet we can get something decent. So, for example, let's say we have woodsheds, and then we have beaten. Then we can play off the whole grid. Now, let's see. Yeah, unfortunately, at last tile score is not going to do anything for us in either configuration. So we should, but if we do it in this configuration, we boost the H, which is maybe okay. Because at least we get the fancy moment of playing off the whole grid. Even if it's not actually going to be worth that much, like this might be giving us, you know, short of 200 or something. Depending on how many of the bonuses trigger. We didn't even need to shuffle for anything, we just did this as a natural full grid. There's no achievement for this, by the way, for the full grid. There is an achievement for playing something 20 tiles, but you need, you know, duplication plus extra slots for that, probably. How many did that score? I didn't even pay attention to that. Oh, maybe, well, we can either go over to video, or maybe it will be my best play and we'll just take it at the end and take a look. Anyway, I was talking so much about how much we would score, I didn't even pay any attention to that. I'm, of course, trying to end with the D here in order to get the bonus. Now, with 224 points remaining in 5 plays, we should make it over the line without too much trouble at this point. I'm confident that we'll do it at this point. The other thing, too, is that we can do the shuffle for E if we want to do something like examined. Although that's probably not sufficiently worthwhile. If we had enough to do... Oh, you know what? We can shuffle 2 E's. We can do re-examined. And if we do re-examined, then we even get the bonus that adds to this. But, again, it's not really that good necessarily. Expropriation. We don't have the other P. Exporting. I feel like if we go for re-examine now, then and burn some of the shuffles, that might actually be better. Let me see what I'm missing. So we need to exchange 2 of these. I think we'll keep the ing. It's bad having in Scrabble because the G takes up way too much space, but, you know, in this game it's probably fine. I think we'll just dump the O and maybe the P for it. Unless you can pre-examine something. Pre-examine. In which case, I don't want to try it until I've done the duplication, or rather done the exchange, rather. I don't know. Let's take a look at this in case I can find something better. We don't have something like extraction, unfortunately. And, of course, yeah, re-examine, the point behind it is that you would get the tile off to D as well. And... okay, you know what? Let's do this. Let's shuffle. And yeah, you get the points off of it too, which is nice. And just for balance, we'll do the P. I was thinking of throwing the A, but yeah, we can of course do re-examining, but re-examine gives you the bonus on the D, which I think is going to be more consequential than the plus 15 over there. So I think we'll just take it. We'll put the end here. And let's see how many we get. $110? Okay, good. It seems like we're probably in the clear in terms of actually clearing this difficulty. We can again do something like inquiry. Or quivery. But let's see if we can do something better. I mean, with these kind of tiles, probably not. Quiver ring is actually not a bad idea either, because the length bonus is probably more important at this point. It won't get us over the line, I don't think, but the next play should be able to. So we actually only need 47 at this point. That should be fairly easy to set up. Jollity. Let's see if this would get us enough, even without bonuses. We need 47. We got 15 from the bonus here, so we need 32 remaining value after that. Add last tile's score, we need 28. 12. 17. 19 off of this. I wonder if this... well, actually, this bonus gets boosted. I don't remember if this was boosted before or after. We would need one of these to hit. It's a 1 in 4 chance that one of them scores 5 times, so like we would think probabilistically, rather, one of them would trigger and gives you it times 5. So we can kind of think about that. This would be very close to the line. It's okay, we're fine. We're in to clear. We've got 3 plays remaining. It does not matter. It would be nice to clear it this turn, though. But I think we're a little bit dependent on RNG if we're going to go with this play. So I'm going to keep that in mind. I'm going to see if we can find something longer to hit using length bonuses. Partially, no, we don't have the second eye. Again, we have priority. I feel like this is, oh no, we don't have the second eye. I think we probably won't be doing much better than this. Okay, so the idea once again is that you get 15 off of this. You will get 4 off of this, so 19, 21. I think you get a +4 off this for the double L, so plus 25 in bonuses. So we need one of these 2 hits in terms of the times 5 bonus, and then that gets us over. If it doesn't, then we just make some small, you know, dinky little finishing play. 42. Look at it, 5 points off. 5 points off, exactly as I thought. Almost. You might not have calculated that well to begin with, but that's okay. I didn't know if this would count before. Well. Yeah, I mean, you know, are we actually going to get the opportunity to play this the 3rd time today? It's like the game is trying to tell me something. This is the 3rd time that we play this. Well, this last time we played with the S on the end. But I guess this kind of summarizes this round. But, you know, that's how it went. Yeah, there's something about the drawing algorithm that, you know, sometimes just gives you a very similar pool again and again, depending on how it's shuffled back in. I don't know why, but we've had a lot of repeated ones, like, you know, we had amputation or amputating twice or something, and it seems to happen surprisingly often. It might just be because, you know, you have the word in mind from having solved it earlier, that you just see it a little more naturally, but this is not a necessarily very common combination, right? So it seems odd that we would draw into it so many times. Maybe just as a result of playing off all the other tiles instead. Anyway, let's not stare at it for too long. Let's just take it. Yeah, we got pretty close, actually. 1 play remaining. That was down to the wire for hard mode, which is tighter than I expected. So we will definitely need to do a lot better for legendary. And specifically, we need to get multiplicative bonuses because, you know, you just can't get by very well without them. So we might be a little RNG dependent for the next difficulty up. We will do it, however. Yeah, and this was nice. Beeswax and governed. That worked out really well. Didn't get me the 400-point play that we're looking for because that gets you a special achievement, but we'll do it. Okay. Yeah, and then overall so far, that's longest ever because the plus actually counts as a letter, and so that's our best play so far. Let's go up to legendary. And yeah, this was tight enough that I feel like we need to be a lot more exact here, so this might take a while. And then this is 20 rounds, so previously we were doing 12 rounds. And so we'll see what the pacing is like for that. So for example, for something like this, we should try, you see, we only have 8 plays remaining and 14 rounds to get through. So right away, we need to think about whether we can just clear this in 1 move. I wonder if Lionizers would be good, but we should, I think so, but we should check just in case. So for example, this gives you 20 here, 25. Base value doesn't quite give you far enough. person. Ah, come on. No E. Lionizers. That's okay. Please don't spoil it before I've tried it out. But I mean, it's not an issue for this game because the engine validates it anyway. As long as you don't, you know, give away too many answers before I found them. I guess if you're just validating something that I'm thinking about, that's fine. Yeah, no worries about that. We're a lot stricter when it's something where fairness actually matters, like if I'm playing Scrabble with other people. So yeah, unfortunately, I think even lionizers or lionizers will not quite get us over line. But let's again think about the TION ending potentially. Because the realization, do we have that? No, we don't have the second A. Yeah, because the Z may be worth 10, but when you get this long, an extra tile is going to be worth more than that when you have nothing else going on, so we will see if we can actually do something like that. It won't be irritation. Irritation takes a second R. But let's see about this ending once again. Plantation. No, we don't have a second A. Yeah, the thing is, the number of plays matters. So, you know, if we can get over 60, that would be great in one move. But without any bonuses, it's hard to do. So let's just go with that. It will not get over, I don't think. 53. But it does mean that we have a little bit of flexibility in this move. You see, this is the issue, is that if you're not efficient about your plays, then the problem is that on the next play, you have to burn a play just to get over the line, and then it kind of resets your point total going into the next sum that you have to get towards, I think. And so we want to spend something minimal here and think about the next play after this. And we want to find basically a play for the next turn and then use remaining tiles to score a dinky 7 points or something. So we should think about, and of course there might be some kind of, you know, there might be something next turn that is a constraint, like some kind of special requirement for what we have to do, and so we have to think about that as well. But yeah, now you know what lionizer is. Yeah. Someone who lionizes. So I already see that we have something like Echelon next move, but that's only an 8. If we can find something like really big, then what we'll do is reserve it next turn and then play a small play this turn. Archaeopteryx, no. It's funny because we're actually reasonably close to something like that. Okay, let's think about this. Yeah, we're so close to something like Dispatcher if we get a D, but we can't rely on getting a D if we're just playing off a small thing. Let's keep the ones in Echelon just in case, because we know that's a minimum 8. maybe we can get something a lot better, like peachiest. Peachiest is even better. Peachiest. Preachiest. So we're going to keep the tiles in preachiest going into next turn, and then so this turn we'll just play something simple like font that's going to get us over, and we'll try to go preachiest next turn. And then we'll try to pick something. And if we have preachiest, then I mean this modifier was terrible for us last game, but it would put it on the H, which might be good. Permanently destroy a tile and add a score to another tile. I like this. You can put it on the Q. Yeah, you can do it on, you know, kind of high point but low value tiles like the Q or the V. This might be fun. This one is a pain. We're not doing it. The emerald ones might stack up eventually. I'm just thinking... Again, if we take it this early in the game, even if we have a lot of one-pointers going on, it might stack up to something that will get us to survive, though, so this might be better. Because this triggers too rarely, essentially. We're constantly submitting words that are over 6 tiles anyway, and we know that if we go for preachiest, then it's going to put it on the H right away. So we should actually take it. And of course, we should take a look at our tiles just in case we have something even better. You know, like something with the ABLE ending, for example. Inscrutable, inscrutable, that's even better. Except now it puts the bonus on the U. So I might actually take the point sacrifice on that plus 15 on the E at the end to have a better H, and to like you'll kind of make up for that part way by having the P and the H both in play. So inscrutable is nice. Preachiest might be better for the long run. It's a slight point sacrifice, but you get some of it back in face value. And, you know, it completes round 2 in one move, which is fantastic. I didn't even calculate it, but I should have probably made sure of that, because that's fixes a few things in terms of tempo. Add 10 bonus points during special rounds. I like this because we're at the beginning of the run and the special rounds are coming and they will constrain us. The lowest scoring consonant scores 5 times. That is also nice. Potentially. I mean, most of the time it'll just be a... Yeah, I don't know. But if we're going for long words, then this doesn't actually help too much. I think for survival purposes, we want to try this one. It doesn't benefit us now, but sure, we'll be thankful for it when we need it. I see things like joinable already, rejoinable, unjoinable, unjoinable. Let's try it. Just in case it is working. Nope. Again, I wonder if it's in our dictionary. Probably not. We'll probably just go joinable, but we'll think about this carefully. It does put the B on top of the bonus, which is nice. But let's think about this carefully. Jubilation. No, we don't have the other I for it, unfortunately. Jubilant is good. It might be better. No, joinable puts the B on that spot. I think we'll... Jubilation. No. Yeah, like I said, we don't have it. I think we'll go joinable. Like I said, the pretext for that being putting the bonus on a B. I don't like what it leaves me with, but We'll just have to deal with it. And then we can clear this one in 2 moves. Again, we should try to do some kind of minimal play that will give me a big play going into the next one after that. So for example, we have something like crumbled. Then what we should do is we should use the other plays to get over the line, unless this is really close as well. This gives you 25. And then we need just enough face value for the rest. We should actually think about buffing more emerald tiles. We should make some kind of minimal play that lands a good tile here. For example, does this get me over? 31 points. 10 here. 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, 13. 13 and 10, that's 23 points. No, we'll put the ED or ES on it. That's overkill, but it'll boost the H. And the H is a nice one to boost. Because it's very often playable, but we want to get some points on it. It's funny, we almost have omelets to go with our brunches. But let's go brunched. And we'll boost what we can. 2 bonus points for your word containing an E. Do we have an E on the first turn? Yes, we do. We'd have to play off E's every turn, though, so we would need to combine it with maybe some kind of effect that draws more E's, or we have to use the refreshes. This might be good later in the run. And of course, if we play words that are long enough, we have a decent probability of drawing more E's, so I kind of like that one. If your word has exactly 9, multiply the final score by 2. Length changes every round. That might be good too, actually. Like I said, we've needed more multiplicative effects, not additive effects. Because that was the major roadblock in the previous difficulty. Let's take this one. And we need to pay attention to it. Length changes every round. Every round, though, so it's until the end of this round. We probably should have verified first that we actually had something to use in conjunction with that. Whoops, hang on. Let's see. I was already thinking something like Wortley, but if we can get something. No. Molality. Not quite. Doesn't quite reach. I'm trying to get it as a 9. Morality. No. Doesn't. Small. Same problem. Mortality. Mortality. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. And then you get a bonus on the 9 tiles. And this should be good, actually. I don't think it'll necessarily get us up to 95, but it might go quite a long ways. It goes to multiplier. 98, look at that. Cleared in 1. Great. Perfect. And then the next one is if 5 tiles, which is not great because, I mean, I guess it hedges against, you know, bad little plays, but we don't like any of these. This one is okay. We didn't really use that so much. For 3+ of that letter, get 2 refreshes. How many refreshes do we have? 3. Yeah, I mean, this is legendary difficulty. We might actually get some use out of that at some point. Because then I guess you get more golden tiles in the pool. We might even want to start using this early. The problem is that we don't actually have that many refreshes available right now. You see, this actually synergizes very well with this, because you can build more refreshes as you go. I don't know. Yeah, we actually kind of massively underused this the last time. I think I want to leave more room here for multipliers and then do this to kind of mulligan specific tiles. I never really used the refresh function very much. This letter must be available or it must be destroyed. That's fine because QU will fit fairly nicely. In fact, the if 5 tiles bonus here could be quite easily usable. Because, yeah, we won't get any kind of bonus off here, but the bonus will work out nicely here. Then we get rid of the Q as well. It gets you halfway over. We should have thought about whether there was an option to do even better, but... let's take a look at this. I think townies might be fine. I just don't know if we'll get... Also, yeah, again, if 5 tiles is the bonus there, but... So, for example, we have something very small like pawns. I don't think it'll hit nearly well enough, given that we had the Q on the last play and that barely got us over halfway. 48 points though, that might be doable. You get 15 off of this, you get 8, 9, 10. This actually gives you 50. If I've calculated it correctly, and I'm not necessarily sure I have. Yep. Let's calculate some more. If we don't have the multiplier, then do we have something similar that can get us over? So for example, or even something like this. And then we get like a plus 15, plus 25, and then face value 6, 7, 9, 10, 12. No, actually, doing something like pawns might be better. Unless we have something very clear that we're going for. The problem with this is mostly that we just don't know if it'll get me an over. Let's go fawns just in case I'm short by a point my calculation or something. I hope this gets us over 48 points. I think it does. 15 here. 25. 20, assuming that this calculation happens before this one. Yeah, multiply the final score by 2, so it should do it. Good. Okay. Second tile will score times 3. Word ends with R, add 20 bonus points. I feel like this is going to be better in the long run, but let's take a look. We don't even have an R in this. You see, the thing is... Oh, you see, we've got this round 2 where everything is going to be a vowel in this round unless we want to destroy our tiles. And so this is not going to be good in this specific round. Oh, this was the constraint in the last round, though. It might not apply to this one. We should take it, I think. 3 times is nothing to sneeze at there. Again, we need more multipliers. If word ends with R, add 20. It's really not bad. Given that R is a decent tile for that, but I think this will accumulate better over the long haul. Yeah, because now you no longer have the vowel condition, and then so, for example, I don't think the reordering necessarily matters because this is going to be final score, yeah. So, for example, if we have option, then it's 6 tiles exactly, then you have 9 on this. If we want to take advantage of both multipliers, this is the best that we can do. And then we end up with way too many E's remaining. But let me just punch this in just to check how well we score on it. 48, so yeah, alright. Anyway, we can put the X on the second position. I don't remember if this... No, I think this is already a plural or something. Also, there are other things like average. We should consider that because the X will still be available on the next turn. Let's see if we can score 82 with either of them. Just to get over the line. 14, 15. 21 there. And another 25. That's 40... something, but we have no 6 tile thing. Now, the thing about Exedra is that it is actually 6 tiles. 10 there. No, sorry. More than that. 24. 30 there. 40 there. And then multiply by 2. That's actually just short. That gives you 80 points. Unless you have the lucky roll off of this one. So unfortunately, this doesn't quite get you over either. Hang on, let's take a look at this one again just to see. Overage might be better. But we might even be able to find something better than that. Let's take a look at the bonuses again. 21 there. 31 and 15. 46. Not nearly good enough. So if we can, it's too bad this is just barely short. Just barely short, if I've calculated this correctly. 30, 40, 80. I think the score is 80 unless, yeah, again, unless that's the lucky roll. But then we have a lot of flexibility going into the next play after that, at least. Because we can just make the smallest possible play and sort of tune it according to our needs. Let's see if we have something better that will get us over the line. Because, yeah, it's best if we have something that's like a 6-letter word that has the X in second position. Let's just go with it. I think it's going to score 80, and it's going to fall just short. But then we can actually... I actually don't know if this can go without the D variegate, because you think variegated, variegate. But we'll kind of keep this for maybe the next turn, and again, yeah, that also have some of the bonuses. Let's just, yeah, we're going to make a small play using some of the vowels that we have available here. Now, I don't know, again, given this dictionary, if it has something like this word here. It might not. It might not be updated for that. But I should try it. Okay, it's good. I don't even know what that means, but... It's kind of funny. This word list has a lot of the shorter words that are in the bigger International Scrabble Dictionary, but it's missing a lot of longer words. Anyway, adds 3 bonus points, increases by 1 when you add a new tile to the letter bag. We don't do that often enough. When an upgrade is fully used up, getting a refresh, we will not see much of that, I think. And we can kind of strategically refresh. We didn't use this at all last time, though. Let's take this one. Points are points. Maybe it'll stack well with other modifiers later. Okay, anyway. I don't even know if variegate was something that would go. Yeah, it's good. The added tile actually seems to... Oh no, it doesn't trigger. It would accumulate it if it triggers. Again, let's put the multiplier on the bottom. I don't know if it matters, but... Also, oh, we didn't even look at the length bonus that time. But now we would need another 9. I did not even look at what that changed to last time. Because we'd already had that word in mind. So do we have something that goes with walk, walk? Dog walks. Sidewalk. Unfortunately, we don't have something to make this a 9er. And this also leaves you with absolute dreck. So if we can find something a little bit better there, that would be nice. Yeah, unfortunately we don't have something like galvanize. Galvanic, galvanize, yeah. Good walks? Maybe so. I doubt it. I would challenge that if that came up. Volk something. We don't have a Volkswagen and it wouldn't be a fit anyway, but... yeah, we will probably go with something like sidewalk, but it just leaves us with absolute garbage. It would be better if we have something... Unfortunately, we can't quite get... swiveled, but this would at least dump some of the garbage places. Because the thing is, you go sidewalk, you know, you get like a +2 off of this, and you get an additional +15 off of this, plus some of the face value decay. Might actually be better to do this just to get rid of some of that stuff. But even so, you know, it doesn't leave us with very much to work with. Ovoid, just to get rid of some of that stuff. Ovoidal. That might work. Because it simplifies a bit. It's not going to score that much, but actually, no, we should think about getting to 33. That's what we should do. We should think about hitting the 33 because we're actually within range of it. I didn't realize we were that close. So whatever hits the 33, we should take. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 19 and 15. That gives you 34. So we know that'll work, right? So, and then you get this one here. Yeah, getting over the line is the most important thing. That's always the priority. Because getting over the line reduces the number of potential plays that you're burning around. Multiply the final score by 2 if you have at least 3 unsubmitted special tiles left on board. I really like this one, but we need to look at our bag. And actually, given how many emeralds we have, that's going to be amazing. I think we will take it. I think we'll definitely take it. How many refreshes do we have? The bonus points. We want multipliers, though. We want multipliers. I say we absolutely take this. Top 4 tiles are locked for submissions. That's fine. We don't care. Yeah, Ginzo, if it's good. I'm not even sure. This dictionary, if it would be. But of course, the I doesn't do much for us there. If we can do something with SW or SK, that's a lot better. Skiing. Swine. No. Swooning. I don't know if... What? Hang on. Skiing might actually not be bad. It'll put a bonus on the K... Oh, right on the G, rather. Oh, there's a 5-tile bonus on this one, though. So it actually might be better to do something even just like the swing. It just won't build the bonus on a G for the specials. But that gives you this bonus, which might be even more important. Let me think about that, because I didn't look at this 5-tile bonus. Let's think about whether I have something even better. And yeah, as you were saying, 2 times or 5 tiles. So anyway, you were saying something about so potential plays are increased or refreshed. So when you go round to round, the tiles that are remaining on your board remain on the board unless you have one of the effects that does a complete refresh automatically. I don't tend to do it because I like to know what I have going into the next round. And I like to plan ahead for the next move. We're probably... We're going to go swung. No, I don't like having to duplicate I. Let's do that. It does burn the ing ending, though. That's the only thing. Yeah, because you get 12, 13, 14, 15. So if it got 17 there, here, well, it'll be okay, I guess. The other case is to do something that stretches over here, and then you would be able to build some bonuses. The thing about 5 tiles is that it doesn't synergize well with this emerald that we're trying to build. And we're partly trying to build that because it'll be good with the unused specials bonus once we really fill our bag with green. Now, I don't think we're going to be able to... Oh, you know what? Ozone, 5 tiles set on the 10. I think that's actually very obviously to play here. Let's see if it gets us over to 125. If it does, then we're doing great, but I don't think it will. I think we're going to be just a little bit short. 34, 39, 49, 52, 52, and 2. That's going to be 104. So we're going to be a little bit short, but that's okay. because then again we have a flexible play on the third turn. Because the only other possibility is if we can score 125 with a long word. And we're not going to have something to work with here, I think. Unless we have something like, you know, Zooty or... Let's take a look. Yeah, this doesn't score nearly as much. Or we don't have like Optimize or something. Something like IZE ending if we have that out. Something. No, I think we just go Ozone. It doesn't go over in line, but we'll try it. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit short, 104 as you can see. But then it gets us within striking range here. Now we want to keep the H on the board. And this turn we probably don't need to worry too much about the multipliers, so we should try to land something decent over here. Yeah, so eventually if we have Emerald in a whole bunch of slots, this is going to pay off in the long run. Now I'm trying to maybe land something like the K here. That would be best. But I'm not quite sure we have something that will go repick. Now we only need 21 points. This should score because it's already 10 here. Base value is going to get us over. You can't repick something. I guess not. We probably should have known that, in fact. That's okay. It was worth a try. Repack. Surely you can repack. Okay, and we want more special tiles. Because either we get the bonus off this or we get the bonus off this, right? So we actually absolutely want that, I think. Interesting that if we sell off something that we can grab this one, show the next 4 tiles come out of the letter bag, but that's just information. It doesn't give you points. This gives you points. We actually should be using this too to get more golden tiles on the board. Oh no, that doesn't do it. This is a different bonus than the one I thought I had. This just boosts your refreshes. Okay, this one gives you golden now. And we should do it on things that are likely to duplicate, so... Number of golden tiles in total that you submit. And we should just do 2 of these right away, just to... Or we can always just leave them in the bag, right? Like, if we just have unused specials that leave in the bag, then we always have them ×2 multiplier. We don't even care about using the golden tiles. Anyway, let's think about which what we were going to use. Because normally I would put the H in the second spot and have something like Shiftier. It'll get the 3 times bonus here, but it won't give the ×2 bonus on tiles if we do in fact decide to use this right now. So, but we might do that anyway. If 9 tiles, we should actually think about this. This is not quite right enough. But red shifts. Let's do that, because then we get this. And if we're going to do that, we should actually put the golden tiles in now. Because why not? We're going to use them. We're not going to use this bonus. We're going to use the other bonus. And we'll just do red shifts. And this should do well. Because this is a nice long word and it's going to have length plus bonuses. So there we go, 164. And what is it? This is still 9 tiles because this is still the same round. Jubilant, unfortunately, this is still only... well, 10 is fine, you know, we'll just get all this. We should just take it. Is it going to beat 81? I think it is. It's not going to get these bonuses, though, that's the only thing. But the length bonuses should actually help quite a bit. Let's figure out how much we're getting off of this. If it's not going to get us over 81, we'll rethink. 25, 35, 40, 50. 50 on this. 53 when you got this. Then in terms of value, 14, 20, 21. 21 and 53, we're just short. Unless this hits. We're actually just a tiny bit short. Let me think about this. It's too bad we can't hit the 9. If we can hit something that is actually going to be a 9, then that could actually fix that for me, but no. Liberation, no, too much. Liberator, no. Liberation. I think that's good. Let's calculate. Uh, 20, 30, 35 here. 38 here. Then in terms of face value, you got 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13. And what did we say? This was 38. 51 by 2. This should actually be fine. I think it hits. There we go. Where does no E in it multiply the final score by 2? You know what? We're going to dump something to make room for this one. This is something with lots of potential. We have not been using this thing at all. So I'm going to dump this one, and we're going to put in the multiplier for no E. Because even if you don't get all the multipliers at once, occasionally when you just get a multiplier, yeah, and you see, the thing this works well with, we don't really have E's on Emerald this time, but that's okay. But we probably still have at least the big special round remaining, so we want to keep this. But this is not useful right now because we just haven't been adding tiles. So I'm going to sell this one. We want to keep the other ones for sure, I think. And then we will take this one. Then we have 3 different multipliers for final score. And we shouldn't pressure ourselves too much to always hit this. Like, the priority should be to hit other things. Ejector. I'm just thinking about this in terms of the J. But it'll probably be better to get over to this point here with the 8 letters. Because then we get at least the 8 tile bonus, even if we don't get anything else. The problem is that we have garbage out of that, but it's actually good to spend the E's, because then, you know, we get the E's off the board to potentially use this bonus next time, maybe. Let's see if we have something better. No. Adjunct, but we don't have something to make it an 8. Objected. I like that better than what we were looking at. We were looking at rejected earlier, right? Objected is better with the bonus on a B. And this is a little better going into the next round, even if we don't get the E bonus necessarily. Let's go with that. Humanity is not going to be a humanly equality. Quality gets the Q bonus, and it also gets the 8 tile bonus. So again, we don't care about aiming specifically for the E bonus. It's something that's nice to have if other things aren't lining up. We don't have another I for inequality, unfortunately. But I think we just take it. Do we have... No, we didn't have equanimity because we didn't have the other I. 150? Yeah, you see, and then next play will get us through this round. We'll keep this stuff on the board if we can, because then we can start stacking up for the unused specials. And we should not forget about the 6 tile requirement, of course. But usually the MAN suffix is pretty good if we can find something that will work with that. Like, you know, if it's snowman or something. This will probably not get us over though. 48 points, 15 there. Oh, there's no E there though. If it has no E, then this will actually work. We might not even need to go that heavy. I'm just thinking about whether we have something that would be even more efficient. But I think this should definitely get you over then with the E here and with 48 points here, 15 on the bonus. I think that easily gets you over. I didn't calculate that. I hope I'm right. Yeah. Diamond Q. I mean, I guess the Q would sit around and take up space. Word starts with the last letter of the previous word, multiply final by 2. Add emerald X. I like it. Again, if we have unused X's, then whatever. But X goes really well in second position. Now, do I want to dump anything here? I think we'll probably have at least one more special round near the end, though, so let's keep that. I mean, eventually we can just stop using this as well, if we're comfortable with how many emeralds we have. I think we take the X's. Let's take them. Anyway, 7 tiles. Exhaler. Can we? I mean, we should maybe try to keep this stuff on the side so we don't use it. Extreme almost. XB8. XB8. There we go. We don't use these. We don't... well, we're not going to get the E bonus, but we'll get the 7 bonus and the unused special bonus. And we'll get the X over here. It would have been nice to maybe dump some to use, but I don't know if we have a good way of doing that. Let's just go that. $188, okay, not too bad. And yeah, now we even have some flexibility with how many emeralds we have. We need to do something about these use. You know what? We can refresh to use. If there are 3 plus that letter, you get 2 refreshes. I think we should do that because right now this is sitting around not doing anything for me. The U's are also sitting around not doing anything for me. Unless we have a good play with these. We're going to refresh you. And look at that, we even have more to work with now. Okay, so let's think about this. I'm thinking about how we can do maybe the over prefix. Overheld. I mean, we're going to get multipliers, so we should try to go as far as we can with this. Handle, over handle. No, I don't. Well, I mean, at that point, we are using too many of the specials. Overmailed, overfailed, oversailed. We'll try it. I actually don't know if this is... No, I didn't think so. Also, 7 tiles is still the bonus, so, you know, we should think about that instead of just going long. So, for example... no. I was thinking Moviola. We don't have that. Ovaries would give you the 7-letter bonus and the unused specials bonus. I think that's fine. We don't need to necessarily go long if we're getting multipliers. Let's go with that. There we go. Yeah, because, you know, we are reliably get over 100 points with that kind of thing, and so... And then... And gems. That'll work, I think. And we'll even get a bonus on the bee spawning there eventually, maybe. Well, the E bonus is tricky, but the thing is, it's kind of a nice-to-have thing once we spend our E's, right? Like, it's there as a backup. S and Z can be used interchangeably. That's interesting if you have... You know, you can use Z as a 10-point S or something, but we don't have modifier room. I actually think we want to keep most of these at this point. We haven't gotten much use out of if word has no E, but the thing is, it's one of those that could come in handy with a, in a pinch. Duplication... I don't know about that. Let's take it. We never know. I mean, we've got a slot for it. Let's just do that, because it might... If it creates something standard on the board immediately, it could actually get us through some tricky situations. Anyway, this is if 8 tiles. We should think about that accordingly. Do we have... No, we don't have a T for something like ability. We have... Flakely, and that's only 7. Bleakly. Blakely, however, has the benefit of having the no E bonus. So that's fine. It's not necessarily bad. I'm just thinking about whether we have walk with something as well. And I actually think we'll go with Flakily. It gets you a few multipliers. It's probably not the best that we can do, though. So, for example, I'm trying to think of something that would start with WH and then still get you to 8 tiles. Also, Woodley, no, that's only 7. There's also the IFY ending. We should always think about that. I think we're just going to go with Flakely. You get a decent number of bonuses out of that. Also, we should do this so we convert the other one. This has a bit of a nuance there. Yeah, we won't get the length bonus, but that's okay. We don't need a length bonus all the time. If we're just getting 2 out of 3 bonuses, that's still pretty decent. We don't need to hit absolutely everything all the time. It gets you 200. You see, it's really not bad. It would have been nice if we get another multiplier, then we could actually get the 400-point achievement, which we have not been able to get it just yet. But anyway, this is another one of those situations where we might actually want to trade in the O here, and then, but then we can also, oh, we don't have unwound, unwooded. Like if it's, yeah, unwooded, like if there's no forest there. $160, you see? It's not too bad. This seems like a really balanced setup that we have here. I feel like we can probably do something pretty good. I know, oh, we don't have Grimoire with the, but we have something like Grimmist. And we probably can do something to avoid the E's with something like an OR ending. Let's just put the E's aside for a moment. Maybe not quite. Ergodic. What was the one I said earlier that was... I found something just a moment ago, didn't I? That was 8 letters. I completely forgot what it was now. Micro something. Let me think about that. Yeah, I had something just now that was actually a good candidate, and I threw it away and totally lost track of it. It wasn't... Oh, Grimmist. Grimmist. Yeah. Yeah, I like to see in that position as well. We'll probably need one additional play after that, that's the only thing, but... Right, because what I'm trying to do is to see if I can set this up without the E, but, you know, we'll still get 2 bonuses off of this, 2 multipliers. That's probably not too bad. Can you put a bonus on the C as well? Let's just take it. And maybe that gets you within range for 1 more play, getting you over the line. Yeah, because we're getting so many bonuses that, you know, every time we have the ×4 multiplier, we're consistently breaking 100. Which means we actually have a generous number of plays. And look at that. This is the set of X's that we put in the bag earlier. We have way too many X's now, and that's okay, because we'll put something... oh, we don't quite have exposer. Oxbows. Even Oxbow, I don't think we even need the S in there. This will get you to no E bonus. We should maybe keep the S in reserve. Or we could boost the S. Either way, I think this will get you enough points. So, I mean, this is going to get enough points. So it's just a matter of whether we want to put the emerald effect on the S now for later purposes. I think it's only going to help. Or just keep it because we can potentially get a lot more points off of it afterwards. I think we'll just use it and stack it. Okay, great. And I can't take any of these because we have no modifier slots available. Again, I think special round is probably going to be the boss round at the end, so we want to keep this, even though... Yeah, this is just going to decrease, so this is strictly worse than this when it comes to the bonus round eventually. Flexibility is nice, but I think we're doing okay without it. I think we just want points, so we're skipping these. If we use the Exodus turn in the second spot, then we will not have the bonus. So we should maybe keep this. What is this? If 5 tiles, though. So we should think about this. We should only maybe use this in conjunction with everything else, though. Well, we can get it times 8 bonus, essentially. If we just even do something like Vicar. Now, if we can do something that's a little bit better in that position, that would be nice. It's too bad against it with 5 tiles. That means that if we try to hit that effect, we don't hit the emerald over here. But we should actually maybe, or maybe even just Vogue, because that leaves you with better tiles afterwards. If I can put the V in the second spot, that would be better, though. And the thing about Vicar is that you get better face value on it. Yeah, I would like to dump that V, though. I can. Vogue or Vag. Vogue would have the... yeah, it would have the E in it, so we don't want that because... yeah, because normally we could just, you know, do Vicarage or whatever, but it's actually better to go short if we get all multipliers. Let's see this. The base value is kind of shoddy, though. But it still gets you over 100. And then... here, yeah, we're probably not going to get the E bonus this time. But we can see what we can do. We can actually just do Ozone again. It fits very well for what we need. It just doesn't give you the E bonus, that's all. But it hits the other two. With Z here, that should be plenty. Yeah, and the thing is, the refresh all with the E does work. If we want to really get rid of that, but... we'll kind of keep that option in reserve for when we're getting a bit overloaded with them. See, now we're in a position where we can actually start using this again. Because we can just do Xing or Xing. And No, let's burn more E's. We're using E's anyway, we'll just use it. Because we know we're consistently getting points off of this. We should actually think about how to set up the 400 point play though, if we can. See, and now we're kind of in this situation where we don't have to deal with as much of this. Oh, we don't have to N for antitrust or something, but... Yeah, it's actually almost too bad that the bonus here is for something so short. So we have to spot the opportunity for when it is actually advantageous to go long instead. But if we can just do another 5 that has no E in it, that's going to be just 100 points, you know, usually, even if you don't do much else with that. We should keep the S's to golden here, just in case we get more golden later. So I don't want to use that just yet. And yeah, it's funny because if you have an L, you can go GRRRL, which is good in a lot of dictionaries. I don't know if it's good in the one here, but it would be a fun one to play. But we should probably, yeah, the thing is, I don't want to burn the S right now for something like hers. So I'm just trying to find something that'll actually get all the bonuses. If it doesn't get all the bonuses, then that's fine. Then we just use something else there instead. But so for example, if we just have something like truth or I actually don't know if like something like thrip is good. I'm probably thinking of like thrim. I gotta try this. I don't actually know if it's a word. It is. Okay. Then you get the H bonus on top of these 3, and that actually should give us about like close to 200. 568 points on that. We got 568 points on that 5-point play. So, you know, we'll take it. Hey, we got the 400-point achievement as well. I didn't expect to get it on such a small play, but when the multipliers stack, they really stack, right? I'm looking at the achievement list to see what else we have to go for. We have to go for the one where we play Magnet. Oh, there's one where you get a diamond tile to 99 points. Basically, you just put it on the queue and you just let it sit for the whole game. And there's one that's 10 golden tiles in one go. You'd really need to build for that from the start, I would think. And of course, there's one for 20 letters. And then if you have a lot of pluses, then you can submit 3 words with 2 plus tiles. But anyway, we got the 400-point one, which actually didn't turn out to be that difficult. So, swap a tile with a vowel with the letter bag. You know, I like this. We already have a lot when it comes to scores. I like our setup right now. Let's just take this and then we have more flexibility. And moreover, we can swap with the letter bag, which means that, well, we don't have too many golden tiles, or rather, emerald tiles on the vowels. But for example, if we're sitting on a couple of emerald A's still in the pool, then we can actually just kind of draw into them, just draw something emerald to sit around. Anyway, word must include a highlighted tile or lose 2 plays. So we must include the E, so we're not going to get E bonus this time. That's fine. And then 7 tiles is the bonus there. That's fine. That's actually going to be nice and easy to hit because when you come from a Scrabble background, hitting 7s is probably the easiest thing here in terms of having some practice. So let's think about this. We have Yeah, I'm going to try to hit the other two. We of course have to use the well, I mean, you know, if you lose 2 plays, that maybe isn't even too bad, because if you get a massive bonus off of it for an additional multiplier, maybe that's actually worth it as a trade-off. If we're going for 1060 points, you know, maybe it's okay to not spend the E. But this is going to change every turn, I think, right? So if we soak the E for this turn, maybe it's something else next turn that will be easier to use. So I was thinking something like magnates. I don't really want to use the S while the golden is still there, but I'm trying to put G on the second spot. Yeah, this is such a low point set of tiles here anyway, though, so maybe it's not even that good to work with. Unless we have like an EG. I think we just have to go for it. Unless... yeah, we have a couple of different things we could do here, so... I'm just trying to go for the 7 because, you know, it would be, we could probably go for a really long play on this one, but it's probably not advantageous to do it when we want to go for the multipliers instead. Let's just go for it and burn the S. Oh, we shouldn't have put that E there. We should put a standard E there. That was a mistake. That's okay. Not a very consequential mistake at the end of it. And yeah, the thing is, we're going to have enough tempo here that if we get 100 points per turn, we're not going to have to worry about having 14 plays remaining and even losing some along the way. Anyway, this requires U. That's easy when we have the Q, so... we probably can't put the Q in second position this time, though. It's... unless we use the E. Or, like, equator. That might be worth the trade-off, maybe. It is possible to have maybe a Q play that doesn't use D, and then the Q would still get a good multiplier. But then, you know, a triple on the Q is probably better than just a double on the word, in some ways, depending. So we might as well take the thing we see. And make sure that the correct U is there. Let's see how much we get off of this. $244, that's not too bad. And then we can probably get something like Exalted that lands the X, uses the U. Doesn't get the E bonus, but it gets everything else. And then here, well, again, you know, we can probably just use the E and go for something like overwrapped. Of course, if we can find something that doesn't use that, maybe that's would be better, like a ovation. No, we don't. Ovating. That will work. That will work nicely. That will get all the bonuses. That might even clear this turn. 396 points. Because we'll get a times 8 on it, right? Like, I think we will actually do it. Oh, is that not good? Huh. What was I thinking of? Yeah, ovating. Okay, so that's unfortunate. Because, again, that's Scrabble valid, so I didn't even think about avoiding that. Okay, let's rethink that then. That's too bad, because that would have just done it, I think. Well, let's think of an alternative. That uses too many of the specials. No, it doesn't. We still have reload. I actually don't remember if this is a word. It might not be. But this would... No, I'm thinking of something else. There's a word that's very similar to that. I think it's missing an E or something in there somewhere. There's a word that's very similar to that. I don't think that was spelled correctly to begin with, but there was something I'm thinking of that was in there. Oh yeah, it's one of those that I can never spell. There's one that's a really, really confusing spelling that has those letters in it, plus an E, I think. But let me see if I can... I don't want to punch it in now because it'll spoil one of the solutions for this rack, but I'll punch it in afterwards. Well, if I can't think of anything, we'll just go to overwrapped, and it's too bad that we won't get the full ×6 multiplier, but... Cannot believe it doesn't take ovating. Whoops, no, not enough. Yeah, no, we'll just go with that. Too bad, but... Was hoping for a massive bonus, not just a small bonus. 196, yeah, okay. That might have been slightly under what we needed anyway. Anyway, we should be able to finish if we play this well. You know, do an under 7 that is able to get us over. Even if we just have like a, even if we just have shining, you know, it's a nice simple word there. And it hits every bonus. This should easily get us over. This is going to be about 400 points. So yeah, if you have good multipliers, you don't even need to find good words. You just find a good synergy, and that'll get us over, and that should clear legendary. $448 points, great. But Thrip was the star play there. And so yeah, we actually used fewer words in legendary than we did in hard, I think. Because again, we got the multipliers going. If you get the multipliers going, then it's easy. It's actually shocking how much easier than when we were playing in hard and only had the additive bonuses. Okay, so I don't know if we'll stay on for another one today, because the thing is, this is 20 rounds and we've been going a bit slowly. Because we did 14 rounds in that one. I don't exactly know what those thresholds will be. But yeah, likely what we'll do is try to get the achievement for that. The marathon achievement, I think, is actually a lower completion rate right now than the legendary one. But it might just be because not many players have been on this yet, and maybe it'll shake out differently. We're still doing a bit of an achievement hunt while we're still using the default settings in the game. In the long run, as I've been saying, especially when I'm playing privately myself, I'll probably, at the point that I don't care about the Steam achievements, go back to modding this with the Scrabble dictionary, call in Scrabble words instead. Because then we don't run into some of the minor issues that we had with words like ovating not being taken. Oh yeah, the thing I was going to try to anagram was Thuria plus E. Yeah, Thioria. Thioura. That's the one I can never remember how to spell. It comes up reasonably often too. It's high probability as far as 8-letter words go, but it is just impossible to see. So yeah, there's something for quick play where you get gold medal as well. So maybe we can kind of save these two for a second stream. I'm trying to cram in what I can of this game before Donkey Kong Bonanza comes out later this week, because that'll take over the channel, no doubt. But we could probably do at least one more stream with this. And if at some point I can stream this modded as well to show it off, then I'll do so. But right now we're just trying to clean up the more interesting Steam achievements first. So I think at last check, the legendary mode that we just completed, that's got about a 0.6 on it. Marathon mode is at about half that, but again, it's the first day. It'll take some time for this to shake out and for the achievement rates to be where they need to be. And we got some really nice ones in there too, like, you know, spelling with only the wild card, spelling the word, wordplay. There's quite a lot to go for in terms of some of the objectives, even if a few of them could potentially be a little more RNG dependent until you've played enough of the game to roll for them. Yeah. At the moment, though, I think we're just going to call it for today. We'll continue on another session at some other point, and so we'll see if it's worthwhile to send a small raiding party over somewhere else, but I think for now, we'll be happy with having finished this in 37 words and on our first try as well, with help from a lot of well-placed multipliers. And yeah, the Thrip actually managed to outdo Beeswax plus Govern by quite a considerable margin over here. So, yeah, we'll take that. What did we do? Finished in 23. Again, we did 18 in the pre-release demo, that mode, but we weren't really optimizing. 42, 53. We were really not optimizing these, but I guess, again, the multipliers just make a world of difference. Anyway, great first day with this game. And I've been having a lot of fun with it. And yeah, the higher difficulties, I mean, you know, sometimes if you don't get multipliers, maybe it doesn't feel quite so well tuned, but I think we're in pretty good shape. So with that said, we are going to pass you folks on to somewhere else. Thank you for joining me at any point in the stream. And we'll no doubt be back for more, at least in the marathon mode, and perhaps much more besides. So, thank you so much once again. And until we meet again at our next destination, have fun with everything you may be playing or making, or otherwise looking forward to. And as always, fare thee well.